hand icon during the item, and we will add you to the queue. If you're calling in and want to comment on an item, please press *3 on your phone to activate the raise your hand feature. Once we call on you with your phone number, you must press *6 to accept the unmute request and begin with your comment. If you have any technical questions or can't find the hand icon, please send a chat to the host. All commenters will have 2 minutes today, unless, of course, the chair determines otherwise based on the number of commenters signed up for each item. If you wish to make your comment in writing, please send us an email to info@poc.lacounty.gov. Please don't send your comment to the chat because only the host will see it, and it won't be logged as public comment, and only and it doesn't comply with our Brown Act responsibilities. So our meeting is being broadcast live today to our YouTube channel, but there is no engagement there with users. So we encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel to watch live meetings, recaps, and other recordings. You can also follow our social media accounts on Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and our newest social media account on Blue Sky at LA County POC for more information about our meetings, and we encourage you to also invite others to attend. Okay, so buenos días y bienvenidos todos. Se ha iniciado la conferencia por Webex y en persona. Si le gustaría hacer un comentario público, por favor haga clic en la imagen de la mano y abriremos su micrófono. Si está escuchando la conferencia por teléfono y quiere hacer una pregunta, por favor presione *3 y le avisaremos cuando sea su turno. Si está viendo la conferencia por YouTube, no va a leer al comentario al grupo. Si usted prefiere hacer sus comentarios en español, les daremos 4 minutos y podemos proveer traducción al inglés o usted puede proveer su propia traducción. Al iniciar su comentario, nomás avísenos que prefiere hacer su comentario en español. Gracias. All right, I'll now call the roll call. Commissioners, please respond when I call your name. Commissioner Dolores Canales?
Here.
Commissioner Brooke Harris?
Here.
Commissioner Ashay Jackson?
I'm here.
Commissioner Kakani, welcome. Here. Okay. Commissioner Don Meredith is excused today with an urgent family matter, but I'm really grateful that he has provided some updates that I'll be reading later on in the meeting. Commissioner Sam Prater is also absent today. Commissioner Tyreek Ship?
Here.
Commissioner Diane Terry? Here. And Chair Eduardo Mundo?
Here.
Okay, Chair Mundo, we have quorum, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Sarah. Let's proceed with item 2, the approval of the December 12th meeting minutes. Dr. Gongora, do we have any written public comments or live public comments for number 2?
We have not received written public comment on this item, but if you would like to comment on the item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature in WebEx. Call-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand to get in the queue. If you're here in person, please approach the front and staff will assist you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the December 12th meeting minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Commissioner Kakani, seconded. Commissioner Terry, thank you. Are there any changes to the minutes? Okay, thank you. Hearing none, commissioners, please vote with a voice vote.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. With that, the motion carries. We will move to agenda item 3. For agenda item 3, we will be discussing and taking action on elections for the positions of Chair, Vice Chair, and Secretary of the Los Angeles County Probation Oversight Commission. The nominations have been posted to the agenda and all 3 positions are uncontested. I have been nominated as Chair, Commissioner Diane Terry as Vice Chair, and Commissioner Dolores Canales as Secretary. Dr. Gongora, Dr. Gongora will be facilitating the elections and public comment.
Okay, thank you, Chair Mundo. Before I ask for a motion on the proposed officers, all of whom are, again, running unopposed, are there any other nominations from commissioners? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to ask commissioners to vote separately on the candidates. Before that, however, let's take public comment. Do we have any written public comment? No? Okay, so we have not received any written public comment on this item. If you'd like to comment on this item, please raise your hand, again, using the raise your hand feature. Or call-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand to get in the queue. If you're here in person, again, you can come to the podium. Any comments online? Looks like. Nope.
Okay,
Okay, so can I have a motion to elect Commissioner Mundo as chair?
I'll make a motion to elect Commissioner Mundo as chair.
Seconded.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Kakani, seconded by Commissioner Jackson. Can I have a motion to, do we have to vote separately or do we do one single vote? Okay, so. One by one. Let's give it a try doing it all in one, and then we'll see if we have to go back and do it separately. Okay, so then can I have a motion to elect Commissioner Terry as vice chair?
I make the motion.
Okay,
I second it.
okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Harris, seconded by Commissioner Jackson. And can I have a motion to elect Commissioner Canales as secretary?
I motion to elect Commissioner Canales as secretary.
am I able to second that?
Yeah, I
Then
think
I'll
so.
second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Terry, seconded by Commissioner Mundo. Okay, I will now call the roll, commissioners. Please vote yes, no, or abstain. Commissioner Canales as, how do I call it? Shante?
Secretary.
Sorry, well, okay, I guess we vote. Commissioner Canales, do you say yes to, can I say to all three? Do you vote aye to all three? How does that go?
During the roll call vote
Mhm.
on all three appointments?
Okay, so Commissioner Canales? Yes. Commissioner Harris?
Yes to all three.
Okay, Commissioner Jackson?
Yes to all.
Okay, Commissioner Meredith is not with us. Commissioner Kakani?
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Commissioner Prater is out. Commissioner Ship?
Yes to all three.
Okay, Commissioner Terry?
Yes to all three.
Okay, and Commissioner Mundo?
Yes to all three.
Okay, so congratulations then to our leadership team. The motion passes, and we are looking forward to another successful and progressive year together.
Thank you. Thank you for the support and for the yes vote. Commissioner Terry and Commissioner Canales, would you like to say anything?
Nothing, just looking forward to continuing the work.
Yeah, no, thank you very much and also looking forward.
Great. With that, we'll move to agenda item 4, which is to discuss and take possible action on an update on progress the Los Angeles County Probation Department has made towards reaching compliance with Title 15, according to the California Board of State and Community Corrections at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall. Senior Director Arrington was unable to join us today due to the BSCC inspection at Los Padrinos today. But Chief Deputy Epps, thanks for joining us, and please proceed with your updates.
Thank you. Good morning. So to begin, as you stated, Superintendent Arrington and the team, we did receive notice last week from the Board of State and Community Corrections going forward in the discussion to be known as the BSCC, that they did approve a reinspection. The reinspection actually began on Monday. We anticipate that it will go through the end of this week and perhaps into next week. Actually, we don't know the set term. There's no set term on how long the reinspection will take. So that is underway and in the works. So we're very excited. The other thing I want to mention before I get started is that Chief Villarosa was not able to join us today. He has a meeting conflict. However, at the next POC meeting in March, he is going to be here to discuss the global plan, to take questions and present the global plan. So with that being said, So as you know, we currently have an open CAP, corrective action plan known as CAP for programming. We had our comprehensive inspection prior to being determined to be unsuitable for staffing. As part of the comprehensive, there were 9 findings of noncompliance, which were outlined in our CAP dated December 20th, 2024. BSCC has approved that CAP. We, of course, have questions because of the status of unsuitability. We anticipate, we're optimistic that we will be found suitable, but again, there's a process. So we have continued to do the work of every strategy that's outlined in the corrective action plan. So what I want to do is go through the other things that we are doing, and then if there's specific questions about things, if you let me know what page, I can speak specifically to those. So the things that we're doing in conjunction with the strategies outlined in the corrective action plan previously submitted and approved for programming, and the one for the 9 items, I believe it's 9, of noncompliance. To supplement that, we have been meeting weekly with the county compliance officer that was appointed to work on the CAPs. And basically, that is a meeting with the leadership team at LP, and they do a run through of the CAP items. If there's things that, for example, hey, we need to tweak a policy, we need to develop a policy, we need to redo forms. Hey, who's done the form? Is the form complete? Checking off those things that have been done and discussing who has those assignments. And if they're not fully completed, what is the progress on those things? There's also a weekly meeting with supervisors and managers who are overseeing the execution of the corrective action plans as they're in progress, to question where, as far as their execution point, with different people being assigned, hey, your oversight is in this, where are you on this? What goals, what activities have been underway to meet that? What have you done to achieve that as we outlined it? So there's those weekly meetings as well. We have reassigned 15 supervisors to Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall to enhance oversight of operations, to increase the numbers of supervisors that are available to specific units, to further improve oversight of the execution at that very layman level of things that are in the corrective action plan. Documentation, things that have to be done per the policies, if something's missed or if there's an incident, SIRs, physical intervention reports, to increase the number of supervisors we have on site. We're also, Los Padrinos leadership is being very intentional on monitoring scheduling to ensure proper ratios, to make sure that all of what we call of our one-to-one assignments, that is, if someone is placed on a one-to-one observation by mental health services or for specialized supervision reasons by staff, to ensure that those one-to-ones, direct observations, are covered and assigned. Also being very cognizant of movements for schools, delivery to school times, delivered to internal medical appointments, which would be any appointments that are taking place within the facility. We are continuing to monitor our detention reduction plan actions. Specifically, there is a newly developed, well, it's actually been since August, so it's not so new now, daily intake log that states not only what intakes that you had, what calls did you get for an inquiry or any request for clearance? If there was something where someone was cited out in the field, just as a reminder, as part of our strategies, we did give a directive in July. We no longer take site releases. It used to be that site releases were brought to the facility and probation cited out the youth with a promise to appear in court. But that's not necessary for probation to do that. That is something that the law enforcement agency can do in the field and cite them out. A couple of things that is beneficial for is because if you bring the kid and we can't get in touch with the parent, there's no need to detain you on a cite and release offense when the law enforcement agency can cite and release you from the field. So that's one thing. Also monitoring the adherence, following the guidelines that are in our intake criteria. I believe we discussed it previously and it's been shared in various meetings. And it specifically outlines what is an intake approved offense. Where do we not take people into custody. For example, the law is very clear that if there's an out-of-state runaway, for protection purposes, we do take you into custody out of state or out of county, right? And then, well, out of state, then there has to be what's called a relinquishment hearing. But if you are an in-county runaway, we do not take custody of in-county runaways if there's no criminal offense. So making very clear those things. Also looking at areas of gray, because despite all of the things that are outlined for intake criterias, there's three overreaching things that are always the foundation. Is the kid a risk to themselves? Are they a risk to others? Are they a risk to the property of others? So having people really critically think through those processes and looking at that daily to say, hey, there's an issue here. Can you explain to me? Even sometimes when we didn't do an intake, taking direct calls from law enforcement inquiring. The intake criteria was issued to all county police chiefs, station captains, the sheriff's department station captains. So we are getting questions because some of the things are different, clarifying and following up. Okay, this should have probably been an intake. We've only had, I'm happy to report, since July, we've only received 3 of those. And those have really been in recent months. I think that's pretty good. So we've agreed to come out. I did speak with a sergeant and a sergeant with LAPD, one of the different stations. So she is putting together something where we're going to go out and talk about the intake criteria to take questions. And this is why we're adhering to it. To do that, we're also scheduled to do that for the sheriff's department as well. We're assessing our promise to appear CDP referrals. Those are referrals to community detention program before you go to court. And then looking at our intake decisions and what recommendations are being made to the court regarding release to community detention program at court. We're taking steps to work on, I don't want to say phase 2, the other part of our actions. I just call it phase 2 because it was very separate. So now we're looking at how do we bolster community-based detention option, alternative to detention options that we talked to the court about. So one thing, I got an email yesterday. There was a question about probation developing a reentry program and what would be the difference in what probation may develop versus what Department of Youth Development does. So one thing I was able to explain, as it's in our detention reduction plan, an intensive supervision plan. So I was explaining when I responded that the ISP is based on what's called an intensive aftercare program model. And those were developed, I want to say like 94, 95, but I could have the dates wrong. And what I did send them was, I said, although it's dated, I said, this is an overview from the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. And in various forms throughout the country, there have been models of what people call the intensive aftercare programs. Those are programs for higher risk youth, and some of that may be that you're significantly gang associated, maybe significantly gang involved. You have charges for weapons carrying incidents, perhaps loaded firearms, maybe a subsequent new arrest for those types of things. Or I don't really like the term habitual offender, so let's say repeat offenders. You're constantly coming back before the court, whether that is for a violation or new offenses that don't warrant you being removed from the home or don't warrant a higher level recommendation for you to go to, say, SYTF, but you get community-based supervision. So as part of that plan, we put together, located a modular space at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall. We relocated our property room. And our initial plan is to install a recreation center program area. But the longer, broader goal that we're going to do is work with a consultant to develop a site-based Boys and Girls Club. One thing that the Boys and Girls Club did several years ago is develop a targeted reentry model. Their way of adapting the intensive aftercare program model was.
I'm sorry,
targeted.
is that in San Bernardino or here in LA
That's-
County?
No, that's LA County. So we're going to be establishing it.
No, I mean,
They-
the Boys Club, they've already have one in LA County?
No, they have many, but not site-based on-site at juvenile hall. But San Bernardino County has never had a Boys and Girls Club on-site, but two probation departments do. One is Butte County, and I want to be correct in saying Ventura, or it may be San Luis Obispo, but I'll verify. So it starts with like a wraparound type program. There's a counselor, there's the probation staff, and you begin to do services with the youth and their family. You do pre-release planning and you develop that. That's the difference, because the thing is that the youth that will be under our ISP program, when we integrate it in that way, we'll start without it. And I'll talk a little bit from the reduction plan. These are kids that have terms and conditions of probation for higher level offenses for which they've been given community-based supervision. So basically, it's a mandate that you have probation, intervention, or supervision towards your rehabilitative efforts. That's the difference in having that program available through DYD or available through probation. But one thing we've talked with our partners at DYD about is making efforts to staff what will ultimately be our Boys and Girls Club with credible messengers. So as we work through that. So those are some things that are continuing. We strongly believe that if we are able to have a sustainable plan to keep our population at certain numbers, that it also improves opportunities to do better programming. It improves opportunities for us to use our staff in a more flexible way to deliver services within the facility. So we're looking at that. We've been maintaining population. This morning I checked, the population is 233. We haven't really seen 250 in a while. One thing that's never predictable is you can't control arrest. We know that, right? But one thing, if you have very simple systematic strategies, I'd love to say, hey, I was the architect of all this and it works because we created this new thing. It's not. What we did is we looked at the same intake criteria that are in place throughout California with probation departments and adapted it here. There had never been an intake criteria in place. People simply said we take all 707B offenses, and then it was very discretionary. We have narrowed that discretion. So I'll pause for questions.
So I have one.
Yes.
We had a drop, population drop for Los Padrinos in December. And there were 252 youth on that list. And out of the 252, there were only 30 LAD scores that were 10 or higher. During a recent week, at the beginning of the year, we had 28 youth detained, and we had 28 scores of 10 on the LADs. And I'm trying to figure out how that occurs, how we go from an 11 to 12% LAD scores of 10 and 11 to 100%. So I don't know what to think about that. How did that happen? How did we get such an increase?
You know, thank you for the question. Last night, I had a lengthy discussion with one of the board officers about that very topic. So one thing I indicated to him, I said, I'll take a look at the data. I'll talk with our Systems Accountability Bureau to look at it more closely. But what I said, just without eyeballing it, if we've put in place the intake criteria, we're referring more kids to community detention program. We are diverting kids from ever coming to the door because we no longer take site releases. And that number is sometimes as high as 57, 43. So what you're now seeing are people that are actually needing to be detained. One thing we discussed, I said, so I haven't taken a look. I knew we were gathering the data because I saw that Ms. Vest had gotten the request. I said, so one thing they mentioned is, well, when I look at all of these, certainly the kid needs to be detained. So that's all I can offer now, but certainly next month when we're back, I know we're doing the global plan, but next month when we're back, I can get a summary of what our comparison is to those findings, but that's what I'm going to say at an eyeballs glance. Now that you're controlling intakes better, you're now seeing people that actually need to be detained.
But those, I get the front end detention, but the LADS doesn't play a role in the front end. It plays a role in the recommendation. And if you're going to be placing 10 on the LADS, which doesn't even include the offense as an indicator, and just my experience at intake, tens are rare, and to get 100%, it sounds like there's a shift that if kids come in on a 707B or a weapons charge, there's going to be a 10. So there's justification for the recommendation. And you keep talking about the front end, but it's the recommendation part that really counts because, for example, let's say a kid comes in on a 707B and the elements are simple. Kid was on the bus, saw a person with an iPhone, grabbed it from the person's hand, runs out. That's a 707B. Let's say there's no sophistication there, that the kid is not a gang member. So that starts giving us a lower LAT score. And if you look at the 252 kids, 57% of those before this shift had scores of 7 or lower. And now 100% is just, when I first saw it, it appeared to be a shift from going and really thoughtfully thinking about the recommendation based on the mitigating factors to emphasizing the offense itself. And so for me, trying to figure out how is it that we went to 100%, even the bench warrants had a 10. And so it's just, unless all of those offenses were allegedly committed by youth who had school issues, home issues, drug issues, it's unlikely to get a 10.
So that's why I said, I didn't look at the data, but like I said, we're going to talk with our Systems Accountability Bureau and take a look at what they found. I said in the conversation yesterday, I said, hey, just off the top, without looking at the data that you have, this might be the answer. But we do need to look at it. And we certainly have not given any directive to have a shift to increase those numbers because we believe very much that if you're in detention, it needs to be for protection of the community, protection of self or property. So our goal is if you don't need to be there, for you not to be there. So I'm curious as to why, as you are. The other thing I would say, I don't have access to all of those. I'll look at them when we review the data. But the other thing to consider, I don't know if the specific cases we're discussing, if we're looking at priors, I don't know if what it is we're looking at. I can tell you this, that in the intake criteria, we have very much clarified even gun offenses. An example of that would be, hey, you have 4 people in a car. The shooter, or not the shooter, the driver has a gun under his seat. It used to be that at LP, everybody came in. No, 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 no. That's not how you do business. You need to, these other people that are incidental, I'm just in the car. I don't have a weapon. So we're no longer booking everybody. Think it through. So that's been the direction, but as I said, we're certainly willing to, next month, come back with what we find when we take a closer look at the data. Because our goal is to decrease the number of kids in detention initially on that front end. We are assessing, looking at the recommendation reports, as you and I have discussed, even offsides from here. Some of the recommendations are a little off. They probably wouldn't be what I made. So what's the justification? We're in the process of looking at those. The final thing that I would say about that is now bolstering too, even when we make the recommendation, we're going to move towards a place as we implement community-based alternatives to detention. Can you recommend directly into those? Can you recommend to an ISP? And even saying because like I said, we're going to meet with the courts. Well, I don't think I said it, but we're having a follow-up meeting with the courts. What are you seeing in CDP that's going well now? What are you seeing that's not going right, to get the feedback, to strengthen that, and to talk about, hey, these are some other options. So I can't really answer it until I look at the data.
Okay. If you want to indulge me, just 2 more questions.
Yes, I just wanted, just for the benefit of the folks who are here and the folks who are listening in, maybe if you can explain what the LADS is, because most people, including some of the board offices, didn't really know what the LA detention screener is and the purpose that it serves.
And I'll let you do that.
I'm vaguely familiar with the LADS. I've really been looking at more the DRE is which we're moving to. And it's just basically an assessment that kind of determines, should you even be taken into detention based on a select criteria, factors. Should you even be here? Should we even detain you?
So this actually probably has to be on another agenda item. I was hoping to hear more about staffing, but I will talk about the lads. It was designed to get rid of something called the Chrisberg. The Chrisberg was heavily weighing the offense. So no matter what the elements of the offense were on the 707B, you got a 10. And the mitigating factors were disproportionate to the weight that the offense had. So the LADS actually is a document that forces the probation officer at intake to kind of look at the kid's overall makeup. How's he doing at school? Is he drug addicted? Is he gang involved? Does he have positive relations at home? And that score basically really determines the risk factor. It's not weighed on the offense itself. So most kids get caught up. Deputy Epps talked about the kid in the back seat of a car. A great example of mitigated elements. This kid wasn't the driver, he wasn't the shooter, whatever it is. He wasn't really involved. So the LADS helps probation make a decision. The DRE is the Chrisberg on steroids. If you want to detain kids, use the DRE because it again emphasizes the offense in disproportionate and in a disproportionate way does not mitigate that. Those are the differences. So that's the LADS. And it's if you Google it, you can actually see the LADS. What you can't see is the scoring part of it, but it is something that you can go and take a look at. The questions I have then are two. You mentioned booking, and I'm not sure what that means because I know that there are other counties that book, but LA County, the booking is done at the agency. So what does booking look like for our county?
When you come into juvenile hall, there's a whole set of things that you do. You, of course, interview the kid. You do housing classification, you send them to the unit for housing classification criteria. You receive the paperwork, you interview the kid, you do the detention report. And I know that this wasn't the topic. I know there's more things that I want to talk about with staffing that we talked about in court. So I would ask, I mean, I can answer the questions to the extent you want me to, but I would ask if this is something we can put on the agenda next month. So one, we can look at this issue that's being raised
That's
about
fine.
those scores. Yes, I hear you about the DRE. We have an assessment ongoing right now that we were working on looking at the LADS because a portion of kids are getting the LADS, a portion of the kids are getting the DRE. So to be able to discuss that and have SAB who's working on that to come in. We're also working on some other things with that because I want to make sure, because everyone's concerned about that. I'm very concerned how we do intake. It's a personal interest of mine as well, but I want to be able to have the right information at the right time so that we're sharing it appropriately. I don't want people relying on Google. That is not the best source of how we're assessing for detention.
And so the recommendation, well, a few meetings ago, you indicated that we would have a greater use of house arrest. Shortly after that, the majority of the CDP officers were pulled, and all of a sudden, there are very few CDP recommendations. The ones that puzzle me when we do have them is if we have the youth on Saturday detained, and we believe that the threat isn't there, why do we hold that kid until Wednesday to put him on CDP when we can do it on Saturday?
So this is what I'm going to say. My understanding, we're doing the direct releases, and if that's different, I'll look into that. I don't know where the information's coming from that we pulled a majority of CDP officers. That's not correct. There are 25 items assigned to the community detention program. At the time that I was here, I'd have to look at the exact month. There were 13 of those items filled. The other 12 were vacant either due to long-term leave. They were either vacant due to just straight vacancies because people had retired or people had taken other jobs for whatever reason. So there was a gentleman that made a remark at the last POC meeting that I attended, and I wanted one of them, it might not have been the last, he came up and what he said was, that's not true because all of the CDP officers are deployed. And the response that I gave at that time, and it still remains to be the response, is that, hey, we have 13 items. Of those 13 items, I had taken a look and did an average across all 25 items. At the time, people had something like 4.5 or 4.2 per caseload. So what I said to people was, hey, until these numbers come up, because we have a staffing issue, we're immediately pulling 3 officers and deploying them into the facility. Prior to that time, people had been exempt from any deployment if you were in CDP. But let's be real. How can I justify to the chief, hey, I need to maintain CDP when they have 4.7 people on their caseload and all these other people are doing holdovers, they're being deployed into the hall until we get the numbers up. So I can tell you the last time I looked at the numbers, which was, I want to say Monday, we have 167 kids on CDP. It's higher than it's been my entire time being here, just over a year. So I don't know where the information that you're reporting here publicly came from, but I think it matters what we say and impressions that we get. So I would ask again to be able to get the right information, to present it in the forum so that we have the information. I'm fine talking about it based on what I do know, but it is inaccurate when we say that a majority of CDP officers were pulled. But if you have different information, please let me know and I will look into it.
How many CDP officers are there now
There are 25
No,
CDP
that actually,
items, and right now there are, we just filled some of the positions, so I don't have the number offhand, but we had 13, I want to say 13, but we just filled it because we sent out a new recruitment to fill those in anticipation of.
so
the
there are
numbers.
13 active right now, not deployed, active that are actually in the office doing CDP.
That is my understanding.
Commissioners?
Yes. I think we all have questions.
Canales?
Should I start? Go ahead. Okay. Okay, sorry. So what is the ideal caseload for a CDP? And CDP's community detention program, for folks who don't know, it's basically ankle monitors.
Yeah. So per the Welfare and Institution Code, it's one of the few places that's identified in the code that says you can have these cases monitored by a probation officer or a probation assistant or probation volunteer under the supervision of an officer.
Okay,
There's 2 things. In the code, it says that at some point, if you're a volunteer or a probation aide, you have to cap the population at 10
okay,
or for the caseload. If it's a probation officer, it has to be capped at 15.
got it. Okay, so you're, I mean, with 167 and 13 around CDP officers, that, I don't know, feels like it's around 12-ish per person.
You know, math wasn't my strong
Okay.
suit, it was criminal justice, but no, I'm just joking. But yes, give or take, but that's why we issued another recruitment because we saw the numbers going up to
Okay.
fill vacancies.
Got it. I guess, you were talking about the LADs and like different metrics and how, Chair Mundo was talking about how, 100% of the young people were suddenly scoring a 10 using that detention screener, which I think feels shocking to many of us, given that for years now, the percentage is much smaller across the board.
Mhm.
So I just, and I think your response to that was like, now we're citing and releasing more folks, we are increasing CDP. So I think it would be helpful if we could have those other metrics, if you have them, for when we come back here next month, not in this moment,
Thank you, Commissioner.
but just, so for that week in January, how many kids were diverted? How many kids were issued ankle monitors, how many kids were cited and released, so that there can be some comparison. And I know that we've asked for this data, and like it was really exciting and surprising when we finally got it. So I think what would also be helpful is when we come back in, in March, if we can also have updated numbers. So for like, what are the LADS scores that young folks are receiving who are detained, basically from when it was last provided to present, if that's,
We just received that this week, so.
okay, so we have all of,
And again, the spectrum really is wide between the 7s and the 10s, so.
right, so I guess just a breakdown of all of that from January to present,
Okay.
if that would be helpful. That would be helpful, not if that would be helpful. Okay, sorry. Now I just have some questions about the corrective action plan that you shared. And thank you for providing this documentation, because I think we've oftentimes asked to actually see the cap, so it's super helpful to see it. There's a room confinement guide that I think you said you all were creating. The due date for that was January 10th. Has that been completed and has that been issued?
There was a question on a change for the policy. The draft is completed, but they're still working that through and making the adjustments for the policy. And in addition to that, part of that is getting people trained and then having that issued.
Okay, so I mean, I imagine it'll be issued first and then folks will be trained, right?
I think it's being done in reverse, because in real time, they're making some changes to that. We had gotten some technical assistance, and BSCC is going to be coming out training on some different things. And one of the points I believe that they are going to be covering as well is some information on room confinement.
Okay, I mean, it just says here, the RC guide being the room confinement guide to be issued by January 10th, 2025. So it has not been issued.
It's corrected, and people, of course, are using the guidance, but again.
It's just a yes
in-
or no question.
No.
Okay, and do you have a date by which it will be issued?
Like I said, it's done. They're training in reverse and training people to use it so that it's issued.
But why would we be training people on something that is still in draft form, for which it sounds like policies are being updated and maybe changed? Or am I not hearing that correctly?
No, you're hearing it correctly, but I think it's not as black and white, right? Because you're like, okay, hey, issue this draft and then train everybody in it. But there's questions around that. So let me give an example. You come into a unit, you have your shift exchange. Your kids are in the room, say 8 minutes as you're doing your shift exchange. But the policy says you have up to an hour to do your shift exchange. Well, people, that doesn't mean take your whole hour.
Mhm.
What it means is take the time that's necessary for you to do your shift exchange. If you come into a unit where there have been some safety or security issues, you may actually need the whole hour. And what does the documentation look like? So in real time, I can put that out for you to have it. Hey, everybody, here's the draft. Everybody needs to read this and sign off that you read it. But if you collectively train people, take their questions, hey, what are the collective questions that are coming up? Then you circle back and take a look at the draft. Hey, you know what? This question came up and it seems nitpicky, but this is something we need to clarify. And I will offer that part of the longstanding issue that has been here in Los Angeles County is writing things and just putting them out and trusting that people are reading them instead of sitting them down collectively, whether that's in a training staff meeting, whether that's in a training moment that you're doing specifically in a unit staff meeting, a manager's meeting, and a supervisor's meeting, to make sure that there's a comprehensive understanding of it has been a problem. And we find ourselves back at looking at room confinement, looking at other policies that were issued, and trusting that everybody read them when you gave them the draft. And that hasn't been the case. We're trying to be more strategic and thorough in how people get information, adhere to it, and have a proper understanding before things are simply launched out.
I appreciate all of that, but then it's just hard to then, again, so then it's feel like room confinement has been an issue for before and moves really big than that farther than it should be. Will be that. Yes. Okay. And then what is the timeline by which the supervisor is supposed to complete this use of force supervisor report?
just from SD4 just texted me. I thought it I thought it went down and came immediately back up, but then she said it hadn't come back up yet. Thank you. Mike's off. Just won't talk. Just let me see. I really what's that progression? Are attempting to see if we can move forward with the meeting using a hotspot. There's been some difficulty with the internet in the building. And so we're going to gauge if we can move forward with acceptable audio and some form of video, if folks will just bear with us for a few minutes. We've allowed people to step out to take a break, but we'll be right back on as soon as folks come back.
Because usually we hold them hostage.
Hey, Sarah. Folks, someone just texted that they can hear you pretty well, whatever you just said about
Okay.
so.
Do you feel good moving forward if the audio is okay, but the video will not be great? Okay.
Oh, good, they don't need to see us.
Okay.
Probably look better.
Okay. Well, we do have 5 commissioners in the room right now, so we can move forward. Commissioner Canales, if you want to continue your question, maybe you could start your question over, and then so we make sure that everybody joining us virtually can hear.
That will look better.
Yeah.
Did they hear that? Okay.
Ismail, will the rejoining to the regular internet be seamless if the building internet comes back up? Okay, then we won't have to pause for that. Okay, so everybody joining us, just forgive us for the grainy video and we're gonna just keep going. If there are problems with the audio, we'd surely appreciate if anyone would shoot us a text in the chat and just let us know, and we will pause again until we can get it right and make sure everyone is hearing us. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And back to my comment, I had asked of the field officers that had been deployed into Los Padrinos so that we could put all this report together and the board presentation and everything. I think that there was, the number I was provided was 214 cases and only 4 left on the field. Can you verify if that's correct?
I don't know what specific office you're talking about, but I will say that, and I've said here before, offices have been thin, but also we have directors, we have supervisors, and at the end of the day, even me, as a chief deputy, at the end of the day, I'm a probation officer. So we all know how to do petitions, we all know how to do reports. So there are layers of people available in the offices.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out because then that segues into my next question. When I asked how many times have you and the chief went to Los Padrinos with everything that's happening, especially because you write in your report about the layers of communication and the trainings and everything to make sure this happens. How many times have you and the chief went to Los Padrinos?
So I myself have not been at Los Padrinos in the past 3 weeks. Last week I was in a conference all week long. And then of course, this week it's been busy. The week before that, I was prepping because I appeared before the court on Friday. So prior to that 3 weeks, I've been at Los Padrinos at various times. Sometimes it's to go to units, sometimes it's to go to movement control, sometimes it's to go directly to admin to have conversations, sometimes it's to meet with the proactive supervision team. I have been, as has the chief and the entire executive team, we have been assigned times for the whole week or holiday weekends that we all have a shift, including the chief. That's whether that's early morning 10 to 6, whether that's 6 to 2 or 2 to 10. And when I usually go, I don't, there's very rarely where I just pop in and pop out. I have been there Sundays to meet with the chaplains, to see how church is going. I've been there Saturdays. I've been there all 3 shifts. Sometimes I've been there at 3 a.m. Just got up, hey, I'm going to the facility. So it's random and often. So it depends on what I do or what any of the executive staff does when they go into the facility. But there have been times, especially in the last 3 months, but even before that, that people in the executive staff ranks have been in the facility anywhere from 8 to 12 hours. We had recently the fires. Chief was there early morning. So it's not just LP, but other places. I haven't really been to the camps because as they say, the squeaky wheel gets the grease and the squeaky wheel's been Barry J and LP. So in answer to your question, frequently and all shifts.
Okay, thank you. Right, because the last few times that I've been there, I decided to go and talk to all the staff, just individually,
Mhm.
just, like, hey, how many times have you seen the chief around or, Chief Deputy Epps? And I couldn't find anybody that had interacted with you at that time, but of course, this was just random. It was nothing. I couldn't find any documentation of where you signed in or the chief has signed in, but you probably don't even have to do that, so I don't know. I know that one of the directors, one day that was there, Marshall, I believe you appointed her. She never came out. And then when I went looking back for her, she left early, but none of the staff even knew who was the director there that day. And I kind of felt that there was a lack in communication. And I was also asking some of the supervisors, because it was the holidays and I was feeling very festive. I mean, we took Santa Claus in, and I'm very thankful for the way Los Padrinos staff, I mean, they went all out to make sure that, the kids had the Christmas, festivities and everything like that. And they were very welcoming, even making sure all the kids got seen. But so I did ask, and I understand it's not part of the job description, but I asked, oh, so, what did the chief do for the staff? Or, was there at least like, it's been a rough year, but we're looking forward to the year ahead type thing. And I was surprised to hear that he didn't even send out like a holiday email, and it just seems like with this whole report, it just seems like with everything, the plans ahead, which we're, thankful to finally get something in writing because we have been asking. So I want to point that out, that we have come this far and this is like a milestone, right? But I'm just still seeing that we have this, but it seems to be with the same tactics. I talked to many staff that I was walking up asking them where they worked, and they had no idea because they had just gotten an email the day before saying, hey, I was at Kilpatrick the past decade. I got an email last night to show up here 5 days a week. They can't ask any questions because I guess they're allowed to do this on a 60 or 90-day type installation. And most of the staff that I met were immediate deployments. So I thought, okay, so we're still using the same old tools to get to this. And I think part of the problem was the breakdown. Part of the problem in the past has been the communication, the breakdown, the deployments, things like this. And so I'm just wondering if you're starting to also strategize a different method of communication.
Yes, I know that periodically the chief has done the Guillermogram that's sent out to staff. There are several videos that I've done messaging to people and talking to people directly. I've met with all of the directors at Los Padrinos when we rolled out proactive supervision other times. I think, so as you said, some people are deployed, so everybody's not going to see you all the time. People will see you in pockets. That's unfortunate because as a leader, you do want to be available to your staff to take questions. You want to ease any concerns that people have. So I think, that's challenging. If the chief is there, say across a holiday weekend, and he says, hey, I'll take your shift, just do the 4 hours, I'll come early. People don't, all the people don't get to see that. But there's a lot going on, so you have the minimal, right, 40 hours in a day. So I think other things that people aren't aware of, I think it was maybe 2 months ago, but don't quote me, there was like these taco trucks across the shifts. They've had these things before wherein staff have been, like staff appreciation, like here's this food. That's paid for out of the chief's pocket. He won't even take money from myself or Chief Deputy Williams or anybody on the executive staff to help him pay for it. He pays for that out of his own pocket. But unfortunately, if you're not one of the 200 or 300 plus people that got to be there in that moment, maybe he didn't come, but that's very much those things. And times of chaos, it is operationally challenging to be everywhere every minute. There's many things, as I said, being in court, there's questions. We have DOJ, we have BSCC. So as things have somewhat calmed down, certainly checking in every morning. I mean, for the longest time, I was calling, hey, what's the pop today? So I can't justify why you don't know every face and every face doesn't know you were there, but I can assure you I've been there.
Right.
And that the chief has been there and that Chief Deputy Williams. Our new deputy directors have all worked shifts on site, being there, doing what they're doing, walking through the unit. So I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer for you on that.
Right, and this was just, on several occasions where I talked to the line staff, different line staff, and this was their first week or first day being there. And so this is interesting feedback too. And then one more thing that I wanted to ask is when you are going to do things like that, like with the taco trucks and the staff appreciation and everything, do you notify POC to see if like any of us are available just to see how it's going? I mean, not that you have to, I'm just
No,
wondering.
we haven't.
Maybe we could get like a notification of the next one just to see all this, the team building exercises and everything. I think that
Okay.
that would be great. And then with the population decrease now down to 233, another thing that I noticed when I was going into Los Padrinos with unit R1 and R2, I just, I can't imagine when I go in there and looking at these young people and then showing up the week later and it's like, oh, so-and-so lost their fitness. They've been transferred over to the adult facility, so then I, still picture that face, building the gingerbread house and then now they're in Men's Central Jail because of their fitness, which I get, that's a whole different a court thing. But of the numbers, are you counting in the population reduction, how many are being transferred to adult facilities for their charges? Do you understand? Did I say the question wrong?
No, you did. Commissioner, I need to look at the numbers because I have to look at the numbers. Because usually the times, and I haven't been to R1 in a while, or well, no, that's not true. When I've walked through, I kind of sort of see the same face because they're long-term, but I would have to look like, hey, we do have a place where it's tracked, like this person was transferred, but I'm curious to see how many because I hadn't been aware that we had any recent transfers.
Definitely recent. I was there.
Okay.
So-
No, I'm just saying I hadn't been aware of it. Doesn't mean it's not happening, but I'll look into it and I'll get the numbers.
Okay, thank you so much, because it's not really a population decrease, it's a population shift. I would
But I can tell
want to
you
word it correctly.
for the population reduction, those are not counted in the numbers because what I look at is what we diverted through the intake criteria, referred to CDP, nobody touching the door because you are a cite and release and not coming to the facility. SYTF numbers,
Okay.
we do count them, right? Because you're not in the facility.
Mhm.
But SYTF's a little different because if you get your commitment, you're transferred immediately to SYTF. You don't even come back to the facility. Your property just trails you to the facility. But thank you for that. So I will find out. I'm just curious.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I got a few questions. I got a few things. So just bear with me and I'll try to make it quick. So firstly, you talked about, right, that transfer population, right? It was, at first it was at I want to say like above 250 somewhere last year, right? And SYTF, specifically Barry J, was around 54 last year. Now, Barry J is almost at 100, right? So can you talk about that a little bit, especially now that we also talking about people being sent to men's central jail? How does the detention reduction plan come into play around this population? Because that we're looking around 50 youth being transferred to a SYTF facility and some also being transferred to men's central jail. And so what are you doing to keep this detention reduction plan in place? Like, where is that? Like, because if we're talking about majority of the youth actually just being moved to other facilities, like you said, it's a population shift, not really a reduction. So we're trying to figure out where is that actual reduction happening. And then even like Commissioner Mundo mentioned, right, you talk about overrides. In here, you specifically stated, you all specifically stated that overrides wouldn't be happening. And so seeing them jump from, what did you say, like 6% to like 100% is like a crazy shift. So can you talk a little bit more about that population shift, that reduction plan? Because I feel like we're missing a piece of it.
Thank you. So first, I'm going to say what I've looked at, right? Because SYTF is SYTF, but I'll talk about that in a second, is, hey, are we detaining people that need to be detained now for their safety of self, safety of others, or property based on using the criteria? And yes, because people have been diverted from being taken into custody when they're not appropriate to detain because there's guidance. So there's that. Are we referring people with the promise to appear, which we control, right? There's a promise to appear. We referred you to community detention program. Mr. Mundo brought up a good point saying, hey, people aren't being released for 2 days or give or take 2 days, like a Saturday on CDP. Well, that's something I need to look into because you should be released forthwith right away if you're suitable for CDP. So we'll look into that. There's CDP. Then there's the prevention of anybody ever coming to the door because we no longer do overrides for site releases and we no longer take site releases. Those are cited out at the field. So those are the three impacts that we look at. When you look at SYTF, when I look at the population of SYTF, and I'll give you the last time, Commissioner, that I really took a look. At one point, there were like 65 kids in custody for homicide. Maybe there was another, and I'm just kind of trying to remember off the top of my head, another 15 in custody for attempted murder. And then whatever other various high level, what they call part 1 felonies, very serious 707Bs, they call them, but very serious. You're accused, there's nothing sustained, they're allegations. But if those were to work their way through, I didn't look to see who had a transfer proceeding in place that may take you to adult court or may not. But what I can tell you is when I look at that number and that population, for me in my mind, as looking at detention right now, I say a couple things. What are we potentially projecting that could be the population at SYTF? So even when took a look at them in 2023, yeah, you have 56 people at SYTF, right? But you had at that time even higher numbers for these serious violent felonies. And if your allegations are sustained, we're not found or found true, we're not guilty in juvenile court, we're found true. If they're sustained and you don't go to adult court, your transfer proceedings are not successful, but you get a commitment, it's going to be to SYTF if it's found true. So when you project those types of numbers, it is not unreasonable to me, given that level of offenses, that right now we're at 96 kids at SYTF. I have two young adults that are currently in county jail, and there's been some things with their offense, they're coming back, and they may already be back. I haven't checked the SYTF population yesterday or today. So when you look at that, when you say, and correct me if I'm not hearing your question right. So where you're saying, okay, population shift, but what are you going to do to maintain the population if you have these people that are shifting? So we look at this, so that's not involved in shift. But when you talk about SYTF and you talk about the types of offenses, I appreciate your question, and I hope I explained this right. So you're concerned, right? If you're doing probation, you've been around long enough, and I've been doing this, I just hit my 36th year. What concerns me is what was the quality of supervision before you got to your third firearms offense that now may have resulted in a murder? What was the quality of intervention, preventions, and rehabilitative services before we got there? So how you can't control what people do. But I and the chief believe, not all me, but in our discussions, because we're both kind of nerdy and look at information like, hey, if you could do this, this could work. So I would offer to you, what are the strategies that we need to put in place when I have my first gun carrying incident? What are the strategies you need to put in place? Is it because people say, the child and family team meetings? Can I do a child and family team meeting with a high-risk youth, no matter what the risk is? Discuss with the family how we reintegrate you just even from juvenile hall, even though you were there for a few days. Do we put in place reintegration specialists to support that? And then when you're in the community, how do I supervise you? I did in my career supervise the Gang Intelligence and Special Operations Unit. But what people will probably be surprised to find from me, for me, there are inherent things in the behaviors and attitudes that people have towards gang membership that I think present barriers to how you can successfully case manage those cases. So how you begin to look at preventing somebody from going further into the system, you now look at the quality of supervision, and you look at putting strategies in place like intensive supervision programs based on the intensive aftercare model that I discussed previously, and you flip the script on how you're doing case management. Because I believe that if we catch our young people early, no matter how violent people say they are, no matter how people's perception of it
I'm
is,
sorry,
that
Ms.
it
Zepp,
works.
but we're really straying from the question.
So
So
that's my answer.
See, my question was more geared around what it is like, I don't know, maybe we just need to get some data on the detention reduction plan, right? Because I want to see that actually in action. Like I want those numbers because I see numbers shifting, but I don't really know about anything else. Like you said, it's 160 kids. Like,
Oh,
it's
we have one and it'll be discussed as part of the global plan, which will also be
Okay.
presented here to look at where the actions that we have put in place for the detention reduction plan. We do have that information. So yes, the site releases, the numbers of people referred to CDP, the number of referrals that went to court for CDP. So we have that.
Okay, well then let me touch on another topic. You said you wanted to do reentry. You talked about building an on-site like community center with the Boys and Girls Club, right? My question to you is this: why even step on the toes of another county department, right? Because DYD is already doing this work, and you mentioned that as well. They are doing reentry. They are building 24-hour youth centers with all of this, and then even like bringing you back to these juvenile facilities where they're so traumatized to and trying to make them be in there and hopefully they change from in there. But like, why not work with DYD on these things? Because I feel like that's just kind of reinventing the wheel when really we can just invest in the same place that's actually working. And even like at the start of your detention reduction plan, like diversion is a real thing. And I don't know if you ever seen DYD's diversion report, but 95% of the youth that go through DYD's diversion plan come out and never recidivate. And so my question to you is, why not just work with DYD on these things instead of trying to invest and rebuild another piece of the department? Yeah.
We're actually have been meeting with DYD. Mr. Carroll and I were on the phone as recent as yesterday discussing this. That's where we talked about bringing credible messengers into the community center. The difference here is these are individuals that are declared wards of the court. They have terms and conditions of probation. Probation is required to engage and to provide rehabilitative services. So it's not trying to step on anyone's toes. It's trying to enhance and get better outcomes for our kids.
I have a quick question. I just would like to know how the corrective action plan functions within the global plan. I know you've mentioned the global plan a couple of times, but I'd just like to know that.
Well, of course, Commissioner, just doing all the steps to come into compliance on those 9 areas, and the program is a separate cap. So how it functions to that is, what things do you put in place, and just looking, if you will, like at your whole playing field. What pieces can you put in place for population? And that's something I hope people will like. When you're reducing the populations, how can you deal with special populations? What services can you bring in to enhance that? What can you do differently to make sure that you sustain compliance? And that's how it fits. So once all the pieces are presented, I think it's a better question for the next month when we're here.
But the cap is more short-term and the global plan is more long-term strategy?
Yes, your cap is, I don't want to be dismissive of it, but it's incidental, right? Because you get so many days, 60 days for your cap. You get so many days to turn it in, 60 days I think it's 60, to come into, hey, these things are in compliance. Where your global plan is an overall strategy of how you're using your departmental resources and how you're going to broker and deliver your services and what strategies are being done. So those are the things that the chief will be talking about here next month, those long-term plans.
Okay, but that would also be based on the assumption that you guys actually correct the items and compliance does not remain an ongoing issue, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you're confident that you guys.
Oh, no, because the global plan is
a
a,
cap.
oh, the cap.
Cap, yeah.
Yes.
How confident are you that all the things listed are going to be corrected within the timeline stipulated?
I am highly optimistic.
50%, 75, 80?
You know, I don't want to give it a percentage. I'm highly optimistic. Staff have been working very hard. Supervisors are working hard. Managers are working hard. There's so many eyes on these things and people are working hard. But I'm always optimistic. And there's been barriers or glitches, even in my optimism. But I believe in our people. No one wants to be here. No one wants this to be the reality of this department. And people work hard all over this department for that not to be the reality. So I'm optimistic that we are going to achieve our goal, and optimistic that we'll come into suitability.
Okay, my last question, how frequently are you guys going to be reporting the progress of the cap to the POC and other stakeholders, and in what format can we expect that?
The chief is giving progress reports to the board. I want to say the second Tuesday of every month with other stakeholders. We were there last month. And then right after that will be the presentation of the global plan. So monthly, and then, as I said, the chief will be here next month. And then whatever POC asked me to be here to report out, I'm here on his behalf on the months that he's not here. I know his appearances here will be more frequent. Whatever's asked of me, we're constantly willing to report out.
Commissioner Harris, followed by Commissioner Terry.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I just, the last time that we were here in December, you read a statement from the chief, and it was discussed at the Board of Supervisors meeting and in the order to show cause hearings that have been held in the Superior Court with Judge Espinosa. But this, this corrective action plan does indicate to all of us that there are issues that you believe that the BSTC found, and you're actively working on them to fix, and that the facility has indeed been out of compliance for quite some time and operating out of compliance since December. Is that a fair
Well,
assessment?
I would say that the corrective action plan doesn't indicate it because we had the inspection. These were areas where we were found out of compliance.
Mhm.
As they do with every place, you get a time to correct, remediate what you're out of compliance with. So yes, at that point in time in that inspection, we were out of compliance with those things, and we're taking the steps through our corrective action plan to correct those actions.
Is the I mean, I certainly don't want to belabor this, but we've been back and forth on being in and out of compliance for quite a few years, but pretty acutely in 2024, back and forth. Is the comprehensive plan, is that meant to really address these ongoing underlying issues so that that's the plan instead of these incremental corrective action plans? Is that the hope of the comprehensive plan?
Yes. And I'm going to say with we have the chief compliance officer from the board. There's things that the chief will be discussing that yes, because that's the goal. You gotta, if there's an issue, right, you try to make everything whole. In the comprehensive, well, no, I won't point it out unless I thought that your question was going there, but.
One outstanding question I have, and I think it sounds like we're going to discuss it at the March meeting potentially with the chief. The detention reduction plan, are you working on the detention reduction plan to meet the staffing that you currently have? Or are you trying to get is the idea you're just still trying to improve staffing numbers to meet the number of kids, right? It's does that make sense? What I'm saying is.
Yes. So, no, I mean, right, it's a perfect storm of events, reduce the population now. But if the commissioners remember, this is something that we started in July 2023. We talked at the Justice Roundtable, which is the judges meeting, the least restrictive meeting, our meetings with DYD. Hey, the pop is high. And I kept saying around that time, well, really more like May, right? Hey, the pop is high. So then I slowed down, took a little bit of time. The chief's like, why is the pop so high? I haven't had a chance to look at it. Well, you need to stop and look at it. So we did. And these things that you're seeing in the detention reduction plan were the reasons. Hey, we need to have strategies to address these. So it's the perfect storm now because you want the population lower, but it wasn't because of what's happening with BSCC. It was because the pop was high and there were not effective strategies in place to lower it. So we began discussing in May and April. We gave a directive to stop taking site releases in July 2024. So great for this issue here, but not the reason for it.
Okay. One thing that would be really helpful, you gave some statistics of what's numbers of youth in detention for specific crimes, but it would be really helpful for us if you could provide the percentage of pre-adjudication youth who are there on 707B offenses or not.
Okay, and we do have that.
You do have that?
Yes,
Okay.
we can bring it with us next month.
Perfect. And then I just want to follow up on something that Commissioner Shipp said, and I'll ask it in a different way. Why is the wraparound programming going to be on site at LP?
Well, thank you, because probably I didn't explain it the right way. It starts at LP, and then it transitions to out. Some people call them inside-out programs. And it gives you a chance to do, hey, we can do a pre-release child and family team meeting. We can do a pre-release reentry case plan. We can couple it with referrals, linkages to resources in the community that the probation officer is aware of, that partners are aware of, and we start to build that support before the kid gets out, and then you just continue it outside. So it's not just inside the facility, it will transition out.
What I thought I heard you say initially is that they were going to be coming back to do programming, like the Boys and Girls Club is going to be stationed at LP for that intensive supervision program.
That's correct, but let me clarify, no, you will not have to come back to juvenile hall to do your program. We just happen to have that facility there that we can use for programming, incorporate some of the programs that the Boys and Girls Club have, incorporate the programs that we already have coming into the facility. Oh, thank you for that, because no, you won't come back. Once you're gone, and then your services continue out of custody.
Just a quick question about the subject matter expert teams who are providing like on-the-ground training and mentorship and guidance. Have those been established, and can you give us an example of what that looks like practically?
So we have I'll call him a primary consultant, Michael Miner, who is a former director of the entire DJJ set of facilities. So under his guidance, there are consultants who have been working on site. For example, it started at Barry J. They are working with supervisors to help give them some guidance. Hey, these are some things that you need to look at. Have you considered this? Meeting with groups to discuss and debrief, hey, how did that go? This could be something that works better. Have we thought about these strategies? Maybe there's a policy that needs to be built around this. These are some concerns that we're reporting out. Management of the unit, responding to incidents, documentation. So as we know, Barry J is fully 100% in compliance. And that has worked very well strategically, having them placed there, meeting with from the superintendent all the way down. That will be modeled at LP, is being modeled at LP. And so we are excited that we will get the same result. So that's what that is. Does that answer the question, or is there something else I need to?
I think so. Just to clarify, it says that staff would also be a part of it. And I was curious, are those staff who would otherwise be active in the unit working and they're kind of pulled to be a part of this team, or is this separate staff?
No, it's still the same thing. It's kind of like, it's not proactive supervision because these consultants are doing very targeted things. We would still have our proactive supervision. This is that real-time training where we talked about, hey, as a cohort, we put group of graduates on L&M. Then we did the next units, which was E&F. You're in real-time training. You're not stopped and pulled from the unit from the training. It is real, live, immersed training. I am being trained in live action on my unit after coming out of the academy. So now that will be modeled to obviously supervisors, managers, and some people already there to mentor and guide like, hey, this is how you can support this action. This may be something you want to talk about more in a meeting with your unit. If this is an idea, how do you bring those to life for your particular unit? Guiding, real-time guidance and coaching to enhance other training you get and to improve where you are in the live environment.
So before we move on, I think it's time to give the public a chance to speak. But I do want to remind my fellow commissioners that the probation officers take umbrage to the terminology of staff. And Mr. Bell has reminded us constantly of that. So if we can just use probation officer in place of staff. Dr. Gungara, do we have any live public comment or written?
Well, we do have written public comment on the item that's been attached to the agenda. So anyone wanting to read that, please open that up. For our WebEx users, if you want to comment on the item, please raise your hand now using the raise hand feature. Any call-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand to get in the queue. And for those of you joining us here in person, please start approaching the podium and we'll take comment. Do we have any call-in or virtual? No? Nobody here in person? Okay. Yeah, can we stop? Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to use the timer on my phone for 2 minutes, and when you hear the beep, if you could just wrap up your comment. Okay, I'm going to, sorry about this. I should have set an alarm for 2 minutes. Give me just 1 second. Timer at 2 minutes. Okay, please start your comment.
Hi, everyone. My name is Vivian Wong, and I'm an education attorney with the Youth Justice Education Clinic at Loyola Law School. And I appreciate you informing us about the LA detention screener and the criteria that is being used to determine whether a young person is at risk enough to be detained. I heard you say that education access is a factor, so that if they're struggling in school or not going, that would lean towards detention. This is so wrong. You should know that if a young person is detained, their education will necessarily be disrupted. They will have to disenroll from their school in the community and enroll in a juvenile court school where they may not consistently receive special education services, where they have no access to A through G courses, where education is an afterthought. When they are released, I've represented several young people who have had difficulty re-enrolling in their schools due to the stigma of being detained. I have also known young people who were not gang affiliated prior to being detained, and it's only because of the conditions inside and how probation treats them that they had to claim a gang for their own protection. We should not accept that the LADS is the appropriate mechanism to determine whether a young person should be detained. If you want to help young people access their education, let's invest in our public schools and community-based programming. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ismail, we have a virtual participant. Adrina? Can you hear us? Can you start your comment? And I will start the timer as soon as I hear you.
Hello? Can you hear
Hello,
me?
thank you. Yes.
Okay. Throughout my son's time with probation, I've had the opportunity to work with and encounter many staff members that take on important roles and responsibilities in order for the department to function properly. Many officers didn't know this, but for the past years, I've created a list that separates and highlights your good officers, as well as the ones who neglect their duties, giving probation the bad reputation that plagues your department today. I want to acknowledge certain individuals who really deserve this type of recognition that completely avoided placing themselves on the wrong side of this list without having any knowledge of its existence. Probation Officer Linton, who I've encountered many times during visits, he's very respectful, great character, professional, friendly. He interacts with families, making everyone feel comfortable during difficult times. Never abuses his authority or power. I can't think of a single time I've ever encountered him on a bad day. Probation Officer Mr. Aparicio, he was one of my first encounterments with the probation department. My son has a lot of respect and admiration for him. He built an important professional relationship between himself and my son, often communicating and accommodating us. Probation Officer Gomez, who monitored my son while he was on house arrest, she's someone who stands on business. And if you stand on business too, then you won't have any issues working with her. Great communication skills. When my son completed his house arrest, she requested for us to call her after court. Before we called her, my son was very sad and said, "This is going to be the saddest call she receives," knowing we were done working with each other and would no longer see her again, showcasing the type of relationship she had built with my family. Probation Officer Sanchez, in the beginning, we actually started off on the wrong foot due to a very small miscommunication, but he never let it get in the way or stopped him from improving his relationship between our family. Not affecting,
Adrina, I'm
yeah,
so sorry. That is your time. I'm
all right,
so sorry.
it's
Thank you
fine.
for calling in. Okay, we have another online caller. Tara, can you unmute yourself? And as soon as we hear you, then I will start the timer for 2 minutes.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed with your comment.
Well, I'm actually 8 kids, but I have 2 sons, 30 and LAUSD, and I was listening and the mom is.
I'm so sorry. Your phone is breaking up.
Hear me now?
Maybe we can restart and start again. Okay, let's try one more time.
Now? Can you hear me better?
We can hear you.
You can hear me better? Is it okay to speak?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's try it.
Okay, my name is Tara Welch. I'm a mother of 8, but I have 2 sons currently in USD school. And I'm on this call just to thank to the board. And can you hear me?
I'm so sorry. We really can't make out what you're saying. I'm not sure if it's because of our connection or yours. We have someone right now in person. We can pivot to them and maybe we can come back and try again with you in 2 more minutes. Is that okay? Okay, let's try that. Okay, go ahead.
If you have your computer on, watching the meeting, maybe turning off the sound there might help when we return.
Okay. Okay, let's go to our in-person commenter. You've got 2 minutes.
Cool. Good morning, Helen Eigenberg, Hangout to Good. Thank you, Ms. Epps, for always being here and working hard to help us understand what is happening in Los Padrinos in particular. I do appreciate that. And I appreciate all the questions from the commission. I just don't want to lose sight at how long we have been in this noncompliance. And we were supposed to close in December, and it's now February 5th. And I don't want to lose sight of that. And I don't want 2025 to go by and we're still dealing with this noncompliance. I'm going to try to have hope like you talk about and be optimistic, but we have had people all in Los Padrinos, probation staff and youth in the facility that have not been safe for over a year now. And that being said, I also just want to say I've been doing court watch in Inglewood and have gotten to start to know some of the public defenders. And it's been told to me by one of the public defenders that at Los Padrinos, there are the men in black that they are referred to, and there's been some violence happening with them, and the kids are taken over by the nurses station where there isn't a camera. Granted, I can't verify that, but I feel the need to just share so that it's looked into. And that this public defender also told me, like you all saw when you did the inspections in November, kids are still popping up with broken bones and harm is still happening there. So I just have to, share that. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for being here. Okay, why don't we try again to our online caller? Tara, is she still there?
Can you hear me better?
We can. Okay,
Okay.
I'm going to start your time now. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Hi, my name is Tara Welch. I am a mother. I do have 8 children, but I have 2 sons that's currently in the LAUSD school. It's really concerning to me as a parent and as a parent now, sorry for the background noise, to notify the board and some of these mothers that I feel they pain and to say that I have 2 sons that I don't want to experience this. And I've been watching how the care is for the children. And it frightens me because one wrong move, they will land in the system that doesn't even prevent. So my concern is why isn't there any preventative measures for children instead of probation or instead of like giving like once they in probation they get medication like that's without the mother's consent or the child, and now you have these kids that give more problems. So where are the preventative measures? I see the money that's being spent. I see these places that's not habitable for children. Where's the second chance for children? Like, where's the prevention so they don't have to go through that? Because I have 2 sons again that's in school, and they don't have no services for kids. Like even after COVID, they don't have no services for children inside of the schools. So if you put a preventative measure inside of public schools for children, maybe that will save a lot of time or a lot of the parents too, because when these parents go to work and they working to provide for children and there's no services when you leave your kid in the public school to learn and really they're not learning. I have 2 sons that go to school that has a lot of trouble and they don't have no services, but they have the police ready. They don't even teach the kids about the law. So how do you expect children to learn and walk a certain way if they're not being taught that? So my question is, where is the services from the school so they don't get to this point? Because I have two sons, like the money and everything that they're spending.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to cut you off. Your time
Okay.
has ended. I don't
Okay.
know if, um,
Well, thank you for letting me speak. I really appreciate it.
thank you
And
for calling in. And I hope that I'm wondering if maybe you can send us your email in the chat or your phone number, and maybe I can follow up and perhaps answer your question about some of those preventative services that are available in the county in a general sense. And hopefully I can help address your question.
Thank you, callers and individuals who asked questions and comments today. Commissioners, any final questions before we move on to agenda item 5? There, seeing none. Okay, agenda item 5. For item 5, we will discuss and take possible action on probation's progress with recent board motions attached to today's agenda or reference board motions, probation's reduction plan from December 24 and the intake criteria from October 24. Project Director, Dr. Sara Gongora, will give an update on the motions related to Narcan. Administrative Deputy Robert Smith submitted to the board and the PLC probation's fourth report back on financial literacy and return of funds, which is attached to the agenda. For the purpose of time, he will not give a verbal report today. Senior Director Angela Walker is present and will update us on the movement of post-disposition youth out of Los Padrinos. Dr. Congora, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So I've been conducting follow-up visits to probation's facilities in response to the board's November 26 motion entitled Empowering Probation Providers to Carry Naloxone. For those of you joining us who are less familiar with naloxone, it's an inhaled medication that can quickly reverse an opioid overdose. And it has really been key to saving many lives in our county and across the world, really, as we continue to confront the public health crisis around fentanyl. The motion called for 4 things. For probation to train all officers in how to be able to use naloxone, which is also called Narcan, and I'll kind of use those terms interchangeably just because Narcan's 2 syllables, a little bit easier to say. So to train the officers, to supply all probation officers with Narcan, and to direct all probation officers to carry that Narcan on their person, and to supply and empower contracted providers, including those specialized in substance abuse treatment, DMH or Department of Mental Health providers, and credible messengers with the naloxone or Narcan. And this being because these individuals have training. They may know how to identify when somebody is intoxicated or having a shift in their consciousness, and that it might be helpful to deploy this medication. And in doing so, possibly save a life. So in December, we did visits to Dorothy Kirby Center and Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall. At Los Padrinos, there were, we interviewed 51 probation officers, and just 24 of them had Narcan on their person. So that's about 47%. Of those folks that didn't have it on them, we did some follow-up questions, right? Like, so have you been trained in it? Have you been given the Narcan? And only 4 of them had never had training. 9 of them said they had not been issued it, and the rest reported having it, but not carrying it. Some of the officers that we spoke to that didn't have it said that they had been deployed to Los Padrinos and that they could not bring the Narcan in that they had been issued in the field office. Before we left the facility, we met with the superintendent and talked about all of these issues so folks at the facility could be aware about where the spots are that need to be addressed, right? At Dorothy Kirby Center, we found that 75% of the probation staff we asked were carrying their Narcan, and that partially may have been because there had been a recent deployment of Narcan that ended up being a young person who had taken some medication or some illicit medication. So in January, we also did follow-up visits to Barry J. Nydorf, SYTF, and Campus Kilpatrick, where both facilities are at 100% Narcan carrying rate. Officers had it on their belt, they knew that it was expected, and they were prepared. We did not take any visits to probation's East camps because in our most recent annual inspections of those facilities, they were way ahead of the curve. The directors at those facilities had taken proactive approaches to Narcan, and they had already kind of had these conversations with their staff, and we found at those, at that time, which was like September of last year, they were already carrying the Narcan and prepared with that. So that's in regard to probation officers, right? And the outcomes at the facilities that we visited for empowering the providers were less good. So we didn't find that any providers were being empowered at this time to carry Narcan or to be supplied by probation. So we attempted to interview people at the facilities as we went, and some of those specific conversations with partners were that, like, Department of Public Health, Substance Abuse Prevention and Control, they provide contracted services through some community providers at Los Padrinos, Barry J. and Kilpatrick. And those are all still pending. Their folks would like to carry Narcan. They're the people who kind of initiated this conversation around wanting to be able to carry it because they are substance abuse service providers. Other folks that we had interviewed included credible messengers and DMH employees, Department of Mental Health. And those thing about this, they had not been engaged in conversations. They had not been offered training, Narcan, in any way. So in the visits, I think the larger issue that I'll share is that in arranging the visit and talking to people at the facility, including probation leadership at the facilities, is that until they heard from us, they had not heard of the motion. And so that basically rendered our visits, like the measurement, the data I've shared, it makes it like a baseline, because prior to our visit, there hadn't been a major intervention in relation to the motion, right? There hadn't been those conversations. And so what I ended up doing is just forwarding these motions, talking to people specifically about what's called for in the motion. And then by the final visit, I was just printing out the motion and like sharing it and passing it to people just to help disseminate the information. So thankfully, we have another report back due according to the motion. It's a 180-day report back. So that'll happen before May 26th, which due date, and I'll come back. I'll do another round of visits, and then I'll come back to report to y'all. And so specifically, as we make those next visits, I will be looking with special attention to not only see that, okay, the rates of officers carrying Narcan increases, but that those providers can share that some conversation has happened with them, and that if they so choose, they are also empowered to carry Narcan. So I don't know if we want to do questions first, but I think the other presentation, yeah. Ms. Walker? Yeah, okay, you're going to give the next presentation, and then we'll have commissioners do questions.
Good morning. So with this motion, we were to look at the data to determine the length of time between the order for out-of-home placement to disposition. I mean,
I'm so sorry. I'm going to ask you to pause. I just got a text that said our visual and audio is down again. I am so sorry. Okay. Let's give them a second to try to work on this.
It's 11 o'clock, so we can take our 10-minute break.
So, I'm so sorry, Ms. Walker. We'll have you right back. So let's resume at 11:11.
Oh my gosh. We specifically come here because
if you would.
Good morning. My name is Angela Walker. I'm a Senior Probation Director with Probation in the Juvenile Special Services Division. So I'm here to bring an update on the board motion from July 23rd on speeding up the youth movement out of Los Padrinos. The motion directed the Probation Department to collaborate with the Department of Youth Development, the Department of Mental Health, Department of Health Services, the public defender and the alternate public defender. And the motion wanted the department to analyze the movement of youth following out-of-home dispositions, including community-based suitable placement, Dorothy Kirby Center, probation camp, and secure youth treatment facility. And we were directed to determine the average length of stay following those dispositions, the percentage of youth whose transfers took longer than 3 days, and the reasons for those delays. So we did the initial report back to the board on September 23rd. I did a presentation here at POC regarding that report. At that time, we did not have direction to submit a report back on the information. There's been some confusion, so we actually did compile a report, complete a report, has not been submitted, but will be submitted in the next couple of days regarding an analysis of the next portion of the data. So the initial report evaluated the disposition of youth between July 1st, 2023 through August 31st, 2024, and the data in the report back that has been prepared and will be submitted evaluated September 1st, 2024 through October 31st, 2024. So we have continued to collaborate with the partners via email and telephone calls, discussing things related to the recommendations that were in the initial report back. And those recommendations included contacting attorneys of record if youth are refusing to participate in any portion of the clearance process, including medical, to facilitate engagement of youth through the post-dispositional clearance process. And so what we did to address that recommendation was we refined the data collection so that information from JCHS, which is our health services, that is sent to probation, included information that said a youth was actually refusing to participate in any portion of the clearance process. And then probation staff would reach out to the attorney group. We identified a person or utilized the lead staff for each attorney group, the public defender, alternate public defender, and also the other panel attorneys that represent youth. The second recommendation, transporting youth to camp with outside medical appointments scheduled 4 or more days from the order date. This agreement was established during our collaborative meetings, and it is being used when necessary. So if there are times when it's required, we will do that. Cross-training of staff in the camp headquarters assessment unit to increase capacity for completing clearances. That training began September 26th and was completed in early October. The relocation of a camp headquarters staff to Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall to expedite the assessment process. That the housing of a staff at Los Padrinos began on October 7th. And then continue health services process of completing a portion of their medical clearance once youth arrive at the camp facility in Dorothy Kirby Center. That was implemented September 12th. So things like immunization, so portions of their health clearances are done once the youth arrives. Subsequent to submission of the response in September, we received some feedback from the board, and there were 3 additional recommendations made that we needed to address. The first is begin the process of zero incarceration placement program, the ZIP officers, contacting community-based placement facilities prior to disposition of youth who are likely to be found suitable for a community-based suitable placement. So the pre-screening process has been ongoing. For this reporting period, the Placement Bureau has pre-screened 29 youth in September and pre-screened 31 youth in October. The pre-screening is done as a order from the court, though. So when the court directs our department, we do this pre-screening. Work with community-based suitable placement facilities to speed up the time it takes to pick up youth from Los Padrinos. So although that was a recommendation from the board, we haven't found that to be really an issue. The placements are really responsive, but we will continue to collaborate with them, and if necessary, we will make some adjustments if it's required. Continue the Department of Health Services process of beginning to conduct medical clearances for all youth at the time of the physician assessment that is conducted upon admission at Los Padrinos, allowing youth to have a cleared or not cleared status following their initial physical exam. So this process began on October 15th, and Health Services is now at the time of the physical exams making that determination so that it speeds up the process. This is something that they were doing some years ago. So the evaluation of the data for September 1st, 2024 through October 31st, 2024, there were 116 youth that were ordered out of home dispositions. 55 of them were community-based suitable placement, 10 were Dorothy Kirby Center, and 35 were probation camp, and 16 were secure youth treatment facility. So the average length of stays for the community-based suitable placement was 6.7 days, Dorothy Kirby 12 days, probation camp 9 days, and secure youth treatment facility 3 days. So normally, and I think on the last report, there were no days in between the order for disposition and transfer to a facility for a secure youth treatment facility because we transfer youth directly from court. However, there was a youth that did have a pending court matter. So the youth did not get immediately transferred.
What time period was that?
September 1st through October 31st.
Thank you.
For the top reasons, the reasons really remain the same. Challenges finding placements or hard to place youth was the largest reason for delay for community-based suitable placement. For youth ordered Dorothy Kirby Center, capacity, the facility being at capacity was the largest reason. And for probation camps, it continued to be the highest reason was medical clearance, but it did reduce from 56% to 46%, 52% to 46%. So I think part of the reason is we did our report back on September 23rd. Our data that we looked at was September 1st through October 31st, and some of the strategies that we implemented were implemented early October, and the evaluation period is not that large. So we think that we may see some more change and during our next evaluation period. We have already began to collect the data for November and December, and we'll report that back. I don't know if it's going to be reported back in just that 60-day time frame or if we will include January as well. We're trying to get clarification on the report backs. I think we will be reporting back 60 days after our next board response goes in to continue the 60-day reporting. The one other action that we are taking is we are looking at our camp headquarters assessment packet that is done by our probation staff. We're reviewing that packet to see how we can streamline that process and so that it is done a little bit quicker. There are things that are there that are required by BSCC, but we're just looking at a way to streamline it. Additionally, The initial evaluation was delays beyond 3 days. Our board response indicated that we had an ideal goal of having youth transferred out of the facility within 5 days. And so this evaluation and the delays were evaluated with that time frame, with the 5-day time frame. The oversight of this project is going to also move to the campus administration staff because they have more immediate access to the information on a daily basis. So the next report back for this board motion will probably come from someone in the campus administration, from the camp administration team. But our department does remain committed to expeditious movement of youth unless there are things that are beyond our control, things like youth being under quarantine, no bed capacity at facilities and things of that nature. So that is the update. If anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Commissioners? Commissioner Kakani?
I didn't see the document that, it looked like you were reading off of a document. Did we get that document? I didn't see it.
You did not.
I think
Okay.
that was a report to the board because it's a response to a board motion. But
I know, okay.
Jennifer, I think, found it from the board agenda and just sent it to me.
Got
So,
it. Okay.
I can send it to everyone, or Ms. Walker, you could email it to us if you want to do us that favor too.
Okay, so.
Yeah. It was hard to try. I mean, you shared so much information and so many numbers, and I got lost in the numbers that I wrote, so it would have been helpful. And that was, I guess I could have looked at the board motion as well. So that's great that it exists somewhere for me to reference. I had one question. Oh, just that, I think the board motion references that at least when this board motion, oh, sorry, are we asking questions just about this presentation or also the Narcan?
concerns or
Okay,
questions?
I'm going to just focus on this, but I do have questions about the Narcan as well. The board motion references that, like when it was drafted or whatever the word is, published, I don't know, in November, that around 15% of the youth at LP were post-dispo and awaiting whatever it was, their camp placement or community placement. And just based on the data that we received on population, as of Monday, I think the numbers like 11.3% of the youth are post-dispo awaiting placement. So I don't know if that doesn't feel like maybe 4% is a huge shift. I don't know. I don't know if you have thoughts on yes, the metrics or the things that you all have implemented are working, or if that is not a significant enough. I just don't know what to make of the progress of what you've shared.
I think, I mean, I don't want to say that it is. I agree that is small, but I think it needs to be a larger time period that is evaluated because this is very close to the initial report back on September 23rd. And the data that we looked at was September 1st through October 31st. So some of the strategies were implemented. Many of them were not until pretty late in this cycle.
Okay, so maybe it's premature to engage in any
Yes.
deep conversation about these numbers. Okay. Shall I move to my Narcan questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, unless somebody else has a question regarding this. There you go.
I guess this is more for Chief Deputy Epps. So I'm looking at this motion around Narcan. And this motion, again, was agendized back in January of 2023. So we're 2 years out from when the probation department was moved/ordered by your all's boss to to ensure, again, kind of a description of the education and training that will be provided to all staff. And then I think shortly thereafter, sorry, there's so many papers here, there was a motion on ensuring, again, that all staff have access to Narcan. So and it was wild to me to hear you, Dr. Gongora, share that you are the one who is educating staff or educating community-based providers that, you know, you should have Narcan, you should have been trained on Narcan, you should have access to Narcan. And so I'm just wondering, like, what is the, again, in this motion, it was the chief probation officer who was directed to do X, Y, and Z. So like, what is the communication protocol when the chief probation officer is directed to do something that implicates staff? Like, what is that communication process?
As with anything, the process is, hey, we received this notification, whether it's legislation, whether it's a motion, there needs to be training around this issue. The request is training. What's the plan for that? I have to be honest, I wasn't aware of January 2023. That predates me, but certainly doesn't excuse me from it. What I was aware of the more recent motion to provide Narcan to providers. So around that particular motion, it was like, hey, when can we get the training up and running? Who are we going to get to do the training? We have not, you know, we have a training unit, but we're also responsible for providing our annual training plan because we're required to have so many hours of training for all officers, and we're a large department. So running them through, is that something we can stand up before that? Is there a provider we can bring in just to do that for CBOs? Because of course, officers are continually receiving the training. So I was at CAR yesterday and I took a look at the policy, which appears it's optional if people have Narcan. Clearly, that needs to be updated. We need to get the information about who we're going to use to train CBOs to do that, and what's the plan to roll that out. Identify how many people need to be trained, when you're going to be able to schedule people for that training. When we get that, do we not just give you the Narcan, do we also give you the Narcan pouch because you're on site? So all of the logistics are going to be worked out. And I can follow up to let you know, hey, this is the rollout plan, the plan for who's going to provide the training and when we'll issue that and determine how many people, how many providers actually need that.
Okay, I still, yeah, I mean, just given that less than 50% of at least that sample that was interacted with at LP had Narcan on them feels, I don't know, unacceptable, given what we know it can do to save a young person's life. So it just feels like this is one of those things that, you know, you have all these new people in place, whether it's the subject matter experts, whether it's the directors, whether whoever it is, but people should have this information around like, hey, here's a current motion, and this is what you're expected to know. So it would just be great if there was some thought given to, like, you know, beyond an email saying, this motion came down, because I think emails are hard to track, especially when if you're held over, if you're being deployed, you're in and out, but some way to clearly communicate to the folks who are going inside LP, this is your responsibility, and here's what we're doing to support you.
Commissioner Terry?
For the CBOs, who are the providers who are supposed to have it, could that be a part of kind of, I think there's an onboarding or some sort of orientation. So it's kind of like, here's what you need to start. Is that a possibility?
That's a possibility. We just need to determine, I've had my Narcan training previously. It's not very long. So is that something we can practically put into that orientation? We're looking at that. You're right. There's no reason it shouldn't be done. Now that we know, we're getting on top of it to determine it. So that's one place that we're looking to insert that training.
And then for probation officers, is there any sort of, when you start your shift, here's, you know, kind of making sure that you're equipped with everything you have? So could that be a part of a checklist? Like, do we know what are some of the barriers why people don't have it on?
I have to say I do not, because the expectation is that when you are deployed to the facility, when you're assigned to the facility, let's start there, you should be ready to go for work, have your full duty belt with all of the necessary equipment attached to your belt. There's also a supply of equipment on hand at the facility that if you don't have it, hey, you're short on your belt this, including belts. Also, there's a process the training is working through to be on site to do that distribution as well. So we're going to need to look at that. We did just look specifically at Los Padrinos a couple weeks ago, and one of our directors was tasked with, hey, identifying all new people that are deployed. Who does not have their equipment? What's the plan to get people their equipment, to get that distributed? So we saw an increase in who had their necessary equipment. So this is another thing we need to work through and attach to that same thing.
Commissioners, further questions? Sarah, do we have any public or written comment?
I don't believe we have any written comment. Okay. And so if our WebEx users want to comment on this item, please use the raise your hand function. Call-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand to get in the queue. And of course, anybody here with us in person can step up to the podium. I'm going to ask if we can start with, well, maybe we can start with you, Mr. Bell. Let me cue up the timer, and then we'll give our online folks a second to raise their hand if needed. Okay, go ahead and I'll start your time.
Okay, I just got two things. One, maybe I heard it wrong, but why does probation have to train the CBOs on Narcan? I mean, it's an organization that deals with kids and they get millions of dollars from the state. Wouldn't they be able to teach their own people how to use the Narcan and do that training themselves? Why would probation have to be responsible for that? The second part is I'm hearing a lot about sending the young men and the youth to camp, and our population has been growing. And one of the things that make camp work, because it has been working, which is why we shouldn't touch it, one thing that makes it work is the small groups. We've had small groups. So us as officers have been able to connect with the kids more. Mental health has been able to reach the kids more. When organizations come in, they've been able to work with the kids and been able to do things with them because of those small groups. Now, as population and also safety, because of small groups, safety hasn't been a big issue. Now, as the population grows, mental health will be stretched out further. We're going to have to deal with more, so we can't focus on kids as much as we have with smaller groups. So I just wanted to ask what's being done to make sure that they're still getting the programs and the mental health services that they've been getting with the smaller groups as population grows, and also that safety is still intact. Because the East Camps, we don't have a response team, we don't have a Hope Center right there, it's just us. So if something goes down in that open dorm with no doors, it's just us. So let's make sure that safety still being looked at as our population grows, and that their programs and their mental health and everything are still being looked at.
Thank you for your comment. And then do we have anybody calling in? Okay, Tara, if you want to start talking, I will start the time when you start.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, my question was, I know probation officers, and I know a lot of the probation officers, when we're speaking on safety, that goes into those halls, and they have to leave all of their belongings outside. So as the young man was just speaking about the doors that's open and the safety, that's another thing. The probation officers they're probation officers, but they're being basically demoted into being a child care worker, but at the same time, they have to leave all their belongings outside of the hall. And there was one incident inside of there where a kid attacked a probation officer, and they were the ones that were being investigated, and they lost their job and everything. So when you speak on that safety and what are they going to do to even protect the probation officers that need to be retrained, and you guys are not training them? You're just throwing them into the halls, and they're not really like trained, not retrained for that. They're just to do something, in the halls with those kids, and then they can't defend themselves. And not only that, the medication that they give to those kids, which gives that more high levels for mental health, because there's a reaction to the medication that they give to those children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Do we have anybody else? Okay.
Hey, well, thank you, commissioners. Any further or last questions on this agenda item? Commissioner Ship?
I probably would just add, like, as well as CBO providers and probation staff, I feel like there needs to be some training to the youth also to identify what's going on, right? I feel like you gotta make them conscious in their own fight for their own lives. I mean, sometimes overdoses happen and nobody can tell what's going on. And so it's when we went in, some of the Narcan was locked inside of boxes inside the offices. And so by the time somebody notices, by the time a kid may even figure it out and tell a staff, and then they finally get to Narcan, we have another situation like Brian Diaz. So I think like for working with some youth and just teaching them the signs or teaching them how to go about these things, because I think that's important for them to fight for themselves.
If I can just add, I'm not sure if it's one of the motions that's printed out here today, but there was a motion January 2023, there was another motion March of 2023. And in that March of 2023 motion, the probation department was called upon to partner with the Department of Public Health to implement a plan to train young people in identifying the signs of opioid intoxication and Narcan use. And it was also said in that motion to make Narcan readily available to all youth. We've reported on this a few times in the last couple of years, and we have not seen a lot of movement on it outside of beginning push efforts at Barry J. Nydorf. And as we reported in the East camps last year. So we'd love to see that too. And it is in one of those motions, and I can forward that to Chief Deputy Epps for follow-up.
Commissioner Cherry?
So then with all of this in mind, what's a reasonable time frame for the department to be able to come back to provide some updates on when these trainings would happen, and any of the other aspects of either motion that have been missed?
I would say safely next month, because we already have a work group in place that's working on drug interdiction plans for all of the facilities. I know that they have the initial working draft completed, so of course, notice to them, this will be added for them to do that, so we can bring that back next month. And if I could respond just quickly to the other things that were brought up.
Sure.
Commissioner, did you have another question for me, or?
You did. Okay.
Or if anybody, okay. So I want to say on the CBO training, as our officer pointed out, he said that CBO should be able to do the training. I would say probation would be opposed to that for the following reasons. If we train you, we know that the training is consistent with what the staff are doing in the facility. If we issue your Narcan, we know that it's consistent with the quality of Narcan that we provide to our staff in the facility. Expiration dates, we can have a process to switch out any Narcan as needed if it's expired, or any of those things. So quality of training, consistency of the equipment that you're carrying, and consistency with any training that's provided. Because if we don't do that, we could encounter barriers or potential liability issues if we're not consistent in how that's being done. The other things for camps and halls, with the increase in the population, all of our superintendents that oversee our facilities, and East Camps has Superintendent Novak, are vested with the responsibility to track in their facilities, is my population going up? Is it going down? Not only to present, hey, an adjusted and staffing analysis for your staffing needs, but also what are any new or emerging safety and security needs? You can certainly move that up the chain. What is your plan? What is your ask for us to deal with that? And then we, in concert with the superintendent, address that. And I'm sure Ms. Novak, because there's other things that she's been talking about. So we await that, and that's how we will address those issues. On the issue of the call-in regarding the clear bags, it is absolutely correct that if people have personal belongings that are prohibited in the facility, you can't bring them in. That not only applies to all of us seated here, commissioners are in and out of our facilities, the chief, myself, all of us, but you are allowed to take anything that's permissible to be in the facility in a clear plastic bag or suitable bag to bring into the facility. That includes personal medications, that includes necessary feminine hygiene items. So it's not that you have to leave all of your belongings in the car. It's that anything that's restricted from being inside of the facility, such as unauthorized cell phones, other electronic devices, or other items or materials that can't go into the facility, that is when there's the restriction and the only restriction that applies. I would say we talked about the other training. So we are continuing to train staff to do all of those things. It's not that staff are deployed into the facility without training. Per the requirements of the Board of State and Community Corrections, any staff, any officers that work in any of our facilities are required to take a mandatory Juvenile Corrections Officer Corps Academy. If you hired on as a probation officer, under the rules of Title 15, we can provide, under the standards for training and corrections, we can provide you with what's called a 59-hour transitional training. So because you had your probation officer training, we give you an additional 59 hours of training to make you available to work in the facility. Per the requirements of the standards of training and corrections, once you have your primary juvenile corrections officer training or the core competencies of your probation officer training, you are good to work anywhere in the state in that capacity. Once you've had your transitional training, if you're a probation officer, that 59 hours, again, that too is good to work anywhere in the state. Before deploying anyone into the facility that works in the probation officer capacity, we do have a transitional core academy that all officers must complete before being deployed into the facility.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond.
Okay, so we'll move to agenda item 6. For agenda item 6, we will be discussing and taking possible action on a report from Human Resources Manager Deanne Carly of the Los Angeles County Probation Department on a number of industrial accident/workers' compensation claims by Los Angeles County Probation Department staff. The PLC requested a written report on this item, which will be attached to the agenda once received. Specifically, the PLC was interested to know what % of these cases are caused by assaults on probation officers/staff, which is an issue that has been brought up at the PLC by probation officers on multiple occasions. Ms. Carly, please proceed with your report, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So the request was the causes of industrial accidents by category and rate, specifically including the rate of industrial accidents and workers' compensation claims caused by assaults on staff. So to give a little bit of context first, the county has a TPA, Sedgwick, who handles workers' comp claims. Within each department, we do case management and things like that. But overall, the county workers' comp management is handled in CEO under risk management workers' comp. So we work together very closely with DHR, CEO on all of the workers' comp issues. So a lot of the data we have to ask our partners to assist us in getting. But what we have, the request was calendar year 24. So we generally track this information in fiscal year. So I'm going to give you calendar year information, and then I'm going to kind of tie it in and give you some context for the fiscal years and a little bit of background. So for calendar year 2024, we had 764 total claims filed. That's everything that was filed. Of those claims, 369 have been accepted to date. 87 of those claims were denied because there was no need for any additional treatment beyond first aid and there was no lost time from work. So workers' compensation is designed to fill in if there's lost time or if there's an injury that requires medical care. So because of that, those 87 claims. 308 claims are still under review because remember, we're looking at the full calendar year. So some of those happened in late December. Depending on the complexity of the claim, there's also further review, and then some claims require further review, such as stress claims and cumulative trauma type claims. So of the 308 claims that are under review, 29 of those are related to assault claims. So if I go down and break it out for you, the assault claims, and this is a subset of that 764, 335 of those were related to, the claim indicates it was related to an assault on staff. So about 44%. 231 of those claims have been accepted to date, and 75 of those claims were denied because there was no need for treatment beyond first aid and there was no lost time from work. So to give some context, compared to the average for the last 3 years, the average has been 752 claims per year. So you can see it's a little bit higher, but it's very close. Now what we are noticing is a bit of a climb because over the last 3 years, we've also declined in staffing numbers. So I'm going to give you some percentages. So per 100 staff filing, 15% filed a claim in 21-22. In 22-23, about 17%, in 23-24, 24%. But what I'm going to give you is the overall safety numbers. So 21-22, we had 15%, but the average safety for the department in workers' comp claims filed was 34%. So we're well below the average for the other safety departments. 22-23, we had 17. Overall safety was 32. And 23-24 at 24%, overall safety was 31. So we are still below the average in other, comparatively to other. That's not to say that this isn't something that we're, obviously trying to manage and keep an eye on, but it is to provide some context. So the second question that was asked was the average delay time in obtaining workers' compensation appointments with Sedgwick. This is actually a little bit of a complicated question because, again, Sedgwick is our third-party administrator, and they handle each case individually. This is not something that they track per se for each case. So I'll give you a little bit of information. The workers' comp third-party administrators, they process industrial injury cases in line with both our county requirements, the state statute, and any applicable workers' comp laws. That includes investigations, determining what entitlement, issuing notices, and delivering the benefits within those statutory timeframes. So the timelines related to medical appointment scheduling, although it's not tracked, we tried to provide additional information to be responsive. So generally speaking, within 90 to 120 days of a claim being filed, parties need to agree to, it's called an agreed upon examination. So AME is what I'm referring to going down. So within 90 to 120 days of a claim being filed, the parties have to agree to one or more AMEs depending on the type of injuries and the number of specialists. So, someone could have a multiple injury where they need to see an ortho specialist and maybe a vision specialist. So both of those have to happen within that 120 days. Appointments are then scheduled with the AME within 4 to 6 months of the agreement by both parties. And then AME reports are issued back within 60 to 90 days of the appointment. So overall, the ideal time would be 9 to 12 months. This can be extended though, if there's an additional need to get medical records. So for cumulative trauma, for example, we need to see generally, and when I say we, Sedgwick needs to see, was there something that happened, was there a car accident that triggered something, outside of work that may be a percentage of whatever the injury is being claimed. So if they need to obtain medical records, depending on how far back the claim goes, if there needs to be additional medical testing, and then also obviously the claimant's ability to attend, because the employee who makes the claim also needs to schedule these appointments and attend, and there can be reasons where they push that out themselves as well. So I did provide a link to the CEO's risk management site where you can go on, and there's a whole lot of information about workers' comp and how it's run for the county, but that's an overall rundown of what I was asked to present. Are there any questions?
Commissioners? Commissioner Kakani?
You mentioned like safety numbers or overall safety. Is there, I don't know what you're referencing when you.
So the safety departments in the county include sheriffs, fire, probation.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that the percentages that you saw within probation are similar to those in other departments? Is
So
that what you're saying? In other safety departments?
they're actually quite a bit lower.
Oh, probation's numbers are quite a
Yes,
bit lower.
probation's numbers are lower overall. So in 21-22, probation was about 15%, but overall safety was at 34%.
Okay.
And then 17% to 32 and 24 to 31.
Got it. Thank you.
Of course.
I guess I have a question because I feel like, for me at least, like HR's perspective on safety, it feels absent to me. And so I'm just wondering, especially when, you know, a threat to staff safety or probation officers' safety is a threat to young people's safety as well. And so I'm curious, especially because HR has a duty of care and responsibility to keep employees safe as well, right? What you're doing to mitigate the safety issue. I mean, I feel like I wanted to ask you at the last meeting, but didn't get a chance. And I know we're talking about numbers, but I'm talking about overarching safety and HR principles. If you could speak to the safety piece.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, our goal is to reduce any injury to staff. I mean, 0 would be ideal. So there are a number of methods that are utilized to do this. And I'll start with our union partners. We have written into most, I think all of our MOUs, we have a safety committee, and we can meet and discuss. Internally in the department, I know that there are safety committees. I chair the wellness committee for the department, and we send out information on safety and in keeping safe. Recently, we had a COVID outbreak at LP, which again ties into health and safety. And we're partnering with our partners over at Public Health and Juvenile Health Services to try and meet with our staff directly and do some training with our training department and public health to put together and implement some training on communicable infections, care, things like that. Because again, any training or anything that we can send out to staff that informs them on how to be more safe in the workplace is going to help reduce, I mean, that's the ultimate goal. So there are a number of strategies that we use. On the operational side, this is also a very big consideration, and I'm not going to speak, you know, to Chief Epps, but I know that there are also a couple of work groups that are looking at concerns of safety within. And it all ties in. I have heard anecdotally many times from staff about safety, the lack of training, things like that. And I know that the executive team is looking at additional trainings to address those concerns. And I don't know, Chief, if you have anything to add.
Only thing I would add is that in looking at the staff training continuum, as I've mentioned here, so this fiscal year, 24-25, we have a new staff training plan. Every year, you're required to file a training plan with the Board of State and Community Corrections, Standards in Training and Corrections. So the fiscal year, this year is the first time in several years that the department has a comprehensive training plan that was approved by the BSCC. So we are in the training cycle, and basic things are mentioned in the plan. Force options, case law update. When you know what you can do and the parameters of what you're doing, when you're properly trained, you can recognize the limits of that, and proper training, we believe, increases safety in conjunction with all of the other measures.
Sure. Do you guys feel that the strategies result in staff actually feeling more safe and secure at work? Because I feel like there's a bit of a disconnect between efforts and, you know, actual senses of safety.
I think you get varying responses. I've been on site at LP, and I've talked to officers that will say the tone of the facility feels better now that the population is lower. I've talked to people that said proactive supervision doesn't help at all. But then you'll talk to 2 or 3 more officers that'll say it's working. Some people will say we're glad that we put cohorts of people on units because they're being better trained and they're not leaving. So when you look at proper training, properly being able to respond to incidents in support of your partners, being able to be trained to be sure that any actions that you're taking are appropriate and within the law helps to increase that because you know what you can do. But I would argue the same thing with presence, right? Like being in the facility. You roll out training to everyone. But even all of us can hear the same thing today, and we'll take away, some of us, a different what we heard when it's reported back. So that's why training has to be continuous. You have to continue to update the training plan. And I hope that as we progress and continue to meet a lot of milestones that we've identified, improving training, improving employee response, improving employee awareness in the facility, that it takes. You have to create in training, they tell you in law enforcement, for our officers, you have to create muscle memory. You're not going to get muscle memory. I oversaw training for 3.5 years. I've been a use of force trainer, report writer trainer. When you are training, particularly in law enforcement, safety comes from muscle memory. I need to give it to you enough that you remember, that this becomes your secondary reaction to whatever it is that you're dealing with. So as it takes and we create that muscle memory, we will see progress in in response to your question.
Sure. In your process or practices,
Yes.
solicit feedback from staff, right?
Yes.
In what form?
So there's feedback. You have the continuous quality improvements. So in training, you're required at the end of every training to do some type of evaluation. What do you take away from the training? What went right? What went well? How can training be improved? There are also things that we've discussed where we have some things going on that Chief Deputy Williams is working with the training team to improve training. So those staff perceptions from those evaluations that are done. Also, in addition to that, do we build in a quality review thing that's outside of that overall evaluation process? What is the knowledge retention that you're taking away from the training, and how do we want to incorporate that? So those are things that are being incorporated, but then you do, as I said, have those evaluations. What worked, what didn't work? I didn't like it. This was not a good training. This was great.
I'll add that the evaluations typically include how applicable it is to the job they do. And that's an important factor that I look at with my shop, and I'm aware that the operations team looks at too. Because if you can do the best training in the world, but if someone says it's not applicable to me, then there's a disconnect, and we need to change our communication method. So that is a question that's included in every survey.
I mean, the answers definitely sound satisfactory to me. I just wonder sometimes, because there's a discrepancy between what you guys report back and what we hear back from staff. And obviously, if them not feeling safe is, creating risk for the youth, then it's a big issue. It's contributing to staffing issues, and it's a part of the global issue, right? And so I just don't want it to be something that's swept under the rug or be this sort of afterthought, because it's, for me, the forethought in a lot of ways. So that's all from me.
Commissioner Canales.
Hi, thank you. Is it possible to get a comprehensive list of names of executive directors that are all involved in this process and the onboarding process, rather than just speaking of it broadly and how it seems to be going? Specifically, like San Bernardino, CDCR consultants that you're utilizing in this process? Because you keep speaking about the training and that's going on, and the directors that are taking place, and the comprehension, or of the trainees. And so I'm sure you're documenting all this, right? I'm sure there's names and titles behind this process, and attendee list, things like that.
Yeah, yes, Commissioner. What I'm talking about, we have a training unit. The department has a dedicated training unit, our probation training center, and assigned to that unit are supervisors, directors. That is the unit, probation officer. That is the unit that is responsible for putting together the annual training plan. There's a cadre of staff assigned to the training center that can not only conduct trainings, but they also bring in providers. There's like a listserv, a portal, some people call it. So I can say I'm looking for a training, implicit bias. I can go into the portal, and if you're a standards in training and corrections approved trainer, which means you had to develop a curriculum, it has to be approved through BSCC STC. You can say, hey, I provide this training in Northern California, Central, wherever you provide it. We can go in and find someone to come in for specific trainings. You'll often see that sometimes with outside case law update training. So what I'm referencing for this, it's not the contractors. That's different. What I'm talking about is the comprehensive departmental training plan that's been approved by BSCC. Then we have a dedicated unit of our training unit where we have several trainers, people that schedule training, people that send notices, like right around this time of the year, February, because all training has to be done by June 30th. I know I have to do my 40 hours. I'm required by law to do 40 hours annually, as are other managers. And then there's a mount for supervisors and our line staff. So they're the ones that send you those, hey, I'm pushing you. Hey, Epps, you only got 18 hours of training right now. Remember, you need to schedule this. I'm due for CPR. They send a notice, hey, your CPR card is expired. I'm going to training, so I'm scheduled. So I'm in a class, I'm scheduled to be in there so that my credentials stay current. So that's what I'm talking about when I reference training. The training plan, the training center, the staff dedicated to that, to do all of the functions that you just mentioned, attendance list, scheduling, report backs.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioners? Oh, so, Ms. Carly, I do have just a couple questions. The first one is, of all the assaults on staff, what percentage occurred in a field office?
I don't have that breakdown.
Do you get to look at these or?
Well, so to gather this information, we had to partner with CEO to gather the records and then look at each claim individually, because each claim is going to have information in it that designates. So we can go back to the subset that we pulled and look to find out, that percentage, but I don't have that information with me. I just have overall numbers.
So let's say a field officer who's deployed is assaulted and ends up having to go out. And are they basically placed somewhere else if they have limited abilities or capacity? Or are they forced to sit out and burn their time?
So it does depend on the situation. As I reported out, there are a number of cases here where there wasn't any lost time and there wasn't any follow-up medical. But yes, every case is different. It depends on the person. It depends on the level of medical needs they might have subsequently. We've had people who, are taken for an emergency, examination, but they're back, 2 days later. We have other people who are reviewed and they're taken offline. They're placed on medical leave. So it's very individual, and it would be hard for us to suss out the information about whether it's a field person assigned, because that workers' comp claim is going to say where the injury occurred. We can look at that information, but that's going to require
For the
a
assault.
staff person to review everyone and then align that person with where they're assigned to normally, if they're field deployed or not.
Thank you. Hey, Sarah, any?
So we haven't received any written public comment about this item. So at this time, for WebEx users, if you want to comment, please go ahead and raise your hand using the raise your hand icon. And any call-in users, please dial *3. It looks like we have one person in person. So anyone else in the room, if you want to make a comment, you can step up to the podium. Why don't we start with our in-person comment, and then we can move back to any virtual users. Just give me 1 second again, just to pull up this timer. Okay, if you'd like to start, and then I'll start your time.
I'll text message people to try to find out, but I want to ask you, Ms. Carlisle, there you go. When was the last time we had a safety committee meeting? Maybe I'm not on that commission, but I just wanted to know, when was the last time we actually had one? And 2, I wanted to ask, when you're asking people about how it is in the halls, what units do you go to? Because I do the same thing. And when I go to intake or something, their response is, yeah, it's not that bad. It goes through that, but that's intake. I go to unit X1, X2, I go to unit N and O. Those conversations are a lot different. And if you look at where the most violent places are in LP, it's unit X1, X2, N and O. So it's not just so much about you get different responses, but you go to different areas, you get different responses. Intake is not as bad as it is over here. So when we look at safety, we have to look at those areas as well. And you know what Mr. Muda was talking, I think I said your name wrong. What he was talking about, so far, a lot of people are out because they got injured or they have some type of medical thing that came from the field. So I don't know where the numbers came from, but from what we've been reported, there's a lot of people out right now. And because of they've either got hurt or they couldn't do some type of hall work, but they can still do the field work, but they can't do the work in the halls. I don't know if that's what he was asking, but there's quite a bit out from what we've been reported to. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And I think we have.
I would like for her to answer.
I don't have the information on the safety committee because I'm not a participant with that. I will check with our employee relations. And I believe that per the MOU, that also comes at request of the union to have those meetings. So I'll get some information from our employee relations and provide that.
As HR manager, you don't know if they are objectively assessing in all units versus some? That was the part of the question that I was interested in. You don't have like an understanding of which units are being visited to collect the information to find out.
That would really be more of an operational review.
Okay.
That's, yeah. No, in HR, we are collecting the claim forms, making sure they're filled out completely, and then getting them to the third-party administrator. We're not necessarily looking at, you know, what unit it arose out of. Now, if there are trends that we notice, we would certainly be alerting our management, but our management at these locations is also tracking. They do incident reports. They do follow-ups on that. There are a lot of things that they're doing in the moment that is kind of unrelated from the workers' comp claim itself. So they are addressing them. There are safety meetings and discussions that are happening in the operations side of the house that's a little bit separate from the workers' comp claim itself. Does that?
If we're thinking about the workers' comp piece, then yes,
Right.
but I do see the operational component as part of the issue. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Any other commissioner questions or concerns, comments?
No, but I think I might have interrupted public comment.
We do have one more
I'm-
public
I'm
commenter. I was
sorry.
just
I'm
waiting to
sorry.
see if there were any other
Yes,
questions
I'm sorry.
directly related to that comment. Okay. If not, we can go to our virtual commenter. If you unmute yourself and start talking, I'll start the timer. You have 2 minutes.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, hi. I just wanted to comment on the probation officer and the training, which I agree it is satisfactory because after speaking with several probation officers and knowing that they were either supervisors and they were thrown into the halls to be a child worker and not trained, I know that to be a fact. And to have family members that work in the probation department, that's scary. And not only that, like you have kids that's on medication that may, you know, at any moment attack a probation officer and they wind up getting investigated and then they're put on leave or either fired. And I just think that is totally, totally unacceptable. If there's money there and there's a way to train them beforehand, I think that should be done. And that no one should have to risk their life behind not having training when there's funding. And also the kids, like I said, that's on medication and then they don't have nothing they can do. When a kid attacks them, what is in place for the probation officer that hasn't been trained? What are they supposed to do? Just get attacked by, the juvenile? And that's why it's very important with funding that we train people in advance. It's not waiting or after 5 years and 10 years when something happens. And then my next question was, is it drugs being like entered into the juvenile halls, or is it that they come in like with like drug addictions? Because I know that some of these children that's in there are like some of the adults that's on the streets. And with that, it'll be hard to fix that child if you're constantly giving them medication. So your probation officers are going to always be at risk. So my thing is, what are the preventative measures? I hear you saying there's training, but I'm hearing officers saying that they're not trained. People are losing their jobs.
I'm so sorry. That is your time. Thank you. I don't know if anybody wants to respond to any part of the comment.
I will just say without specific, you can't discuss under the Peace Officer Bill of Rights people's specific cases. I would just offer there's multiple sides to every narrative. People are trained. We do have youth that come into the facility that do have substance abuse problems. That doesn't necessarily make you dangerous. You have a health issue that needs to be addressed through appropriate treatment and rehabilitation. I have no further comment.
Thank you so much. We have one more virtual commenter. Lupe, if you are unmuted and you start talking, then I will start your time.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
It sounds like maybe you have multiple devices that are having an open mic. If maybe you can just go through one device.
Can you hear me now?
I think we can. Do you want to say a couple words and then I'll start the timer and we can see if it's clear?
Okay, am I clear?
No, that's not clear. It sounds like when two devices are open, like two devices have the mic open.
No. B, but I'll send a comment to the probation.
I'm so sorry, we're not hearing you clearly. Maybe just say a couple more words and we'll see if it works now.
I will email info probation.
I'm so sorry, we're not able to hear the comment clearly. Okay, well, maybe if we can work it out on the next item or on the matters not posted, so we can
Yeah,
move the meeting. Okay.
so,
Is there anybody else? Any other comments or any other? Okay. Okay, call in user 310. If you can unmute yourself, dialing *3. And when you start talking, I'll start your time.
Hello, this is Supervisor Perry from Los Virginos. Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead with your comment.
I wanted to ask, a lot of the officers feel that they're not properly trained. We just had a new use of force training with Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, and I'm trying to see when we're going to start that for the department.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
would you like to answer that, Ms. Epps?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Perry. If people are being trained in the Gracie training, which is the rollout, I was not aware that there was a pause date on once officers have been trained as to, hey, don't use your training. So that's something I'd have to ask, because once you're trained, you should be able to use your training. So I will find out, Mr. Perry's question, I wasn't aware of that, so I will find out when I get back and report that back.
Commissioner Canales, followed by Commissioner Jackson.
Yes, I'm just wondering, because as you said a little bit ago, Chief Deputy Epps, that, you have your answer and that's all you could give with some of the calls that are coming in about those that have been fired, hurt or fired, but yet they weren't properly trained and things like that. Is there any way we can get actual data? Like how many people have been fired? Can we get an external audit? Were they trained? Is there documentation of this training that supposedly exists? Who signed off on it? And then did they find themselves in an incident, after being deployed or whatever, and then terminated? And then especially if they were close to retirement, that would kind of even seem like, a setup of some kind. I mean, I think these are things that we could look into just to make sure, because at the end of the day, it all comes back to the youth that they supervise, right? It comes back to these youth getting more added on to their cases and everything like that, or what they're going through and processing. So I think getting the whole picture and getting actual data instead of going back and forth. So I'd like to request that if we can, please.
So are you talking about who's trained, what they've had for training?
Right, and the officers that are, it also, because they're finding themselves in a situation where now maybe they did not respond properly, or there's some other accusations existing, but because I know when I've been on site, I'm just talking about what I know, and it's all verbal communication, which is, hearsay, right? But from direct conversations where I've went up and just said, hey, introducing myself, where do you work at? Or, and they'll say, I'm not sure, I'm just getting here, I'm just getting my post, or even where I've went into a unit and I've asked for certain youth. Now there's probation that will know every youth by name, but there's some probation, they are clueless to who they're working with, and it's not their fault. They're saying, I just got here, I'm still trying to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing. So it does seem to be situations where they are getting just thrown in. And, I understand you have your answer, but then I'm hearing having direct conversations. So if we can just get actual data, with names, documentation, and signatures, I think we could quit going back and forth too.
Oh, no, completely understood. I would offer up perhaps someone coming in to talk about, this is what's in the training plan. This is what people are provided in training, along with the numbers.
Proof that they're in the training plan, that they took the training, documentation, signatures, and names and titles, I think is very important, rather than here's an officer this day working over here, now he's in this unit where there does seem to be more incidents, and now he's left to dealt with this. Where's the proof that he was even trained or given any notice or anything about this unit he was now diverted to? Because bottom line, at the end of the day, these are all young people that we are looking to make sure staff are well-trained for that interaction, for that de-escalation.
So,
Not just the training.
so I will not so much clarify, but when you file your training plan, everybody's training has to be completed by June 30th every year. The same way we have Ms. Southwell, who's our BSCC facilities inspection rep, there is also a BSCC inspection rep for training. They come out, they look at all of the training records. If you have approximately 6,500 budgeted staff or below, like what, 5,800, give or take. So all peace officers in that training plan, your whole entire staff roster, if we recall for the commission, just to jog the memory, one of the issues for previous non-compliance when I first signed on here in what I call the Big 11 was training. And one of the things that we were required to do was to come into to compliance regarding site-specific, use of force, and there was one other one. So because of that, not only did Ms. Southwell look at that as part of the corrective action plan for that, you also have a standards and training and corrections representative that comes out and looks to make sure that your department has met training requirements. That is looking at everybody's training records, that Kim Epps did 40 hours of training, that my CPR, when it expired, that within such a time frame, I made that up. Even the chief is held to how much training he has, all the way down the line to our line staff, detention services officers, probation officers. So there is a checks and balance from the state. We can't just say, hey, everybody was trained. You have to prove that. You have to show them the sign-in sheets. You have to have certain curriculums. If you're doing any type of in-house training, There are inspections where your rep will come out. They will observe those classes to see that they're going to the fidelity, the way that you wrote out you're going to present that training. And is the training being done with quality? Are you covering the topics that you identified in your lesson plan? And you can't even leave training 10 minutes early. If I say I'm in training for 8 hours, you better have your 8 hours of class time only with the certain breaks. So just to
I've
clarify.
attended some of the trainings and so now I understand this as part of that. I'm just trying to really understand the disconnect and it's still.
So
Okay,
anything
thank you. Yeah.
we can do to help, just let us know.
I just had a quick question because Supervisor Perry, he participated in public comment, and that's largely optional, I would imagine. But are you accessible otherwise? Like, is this the best venue for people to reach you? Or do you have an open door policy where if a supervisor had a question like that, they could pose it in a more private setting?
Some people have. There's been plenty of people that get appointments with my secretary, Mr. Lira, whether that's a phone call, whether that's a Teams meeting. Some people do office appointments. Sometimes you can't get to everybody's. Sometimes if you email me, say, for example, something that's confidential and it's a matter with IA or human resources, I don't interfere in that. It's inappropriate for me to have any type of discussion outside of any process thing that they are working on. So anything that I can certainly take a meeting and talk with you about for Open Door, I certainly do. I try to respond, even if I say, hey, received, thank you, to every email. But there are some things that if you email me about or request an appointment, of course, I'll ask what it is, that I am prohibited from engaging with you on. But those things that I can, and others in the executive staff have done that as well.
I understand. I just want to know. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, as I as somebody who participated in a lot of probation training, I always found it interesting how what you're trained doesn't really adapt to the realities of the institution you're in. And not just with the individuals that you're supervising, but the individuals that you're working with or the supervisors that are involved. I had a colleague who, after a day at the hall, called me and shared that he was walking, just basically walking, and got knocked on the back of the head, got hit. There's no level of training that's going to stop that. This is a culture thing in our juvenile hall. And often we hear probation officers call in and ask about the tools that they need. And the idea is always that they're asking for pepper spray, they're asking for more time out, they're asking for all the things that we're moving away from. But what they're really asking for, when I dig deep and talk to them, is a training that matches the new reality. I've been in a hall and I've been in a camp, and I do that quite frequently. And I kind of understand what proactive is. It's just regular, basic, instinctive supervision. What I see missing is engagement. The more mature staff, the older staff, tend to have an easier time engaging with the kids. They've been doing it a long time. What I see is the younger staff just not having that yet. And that's a training issue. It's more than just positioning. It's more than just, the way you operate, the way you speak. It's this, how do you engage the youth in a way that is humane, that protects you and protects them? And I'm not sure, because I wasn't involved in the proactive, if that's in it. But the probation staff and officers really have to be trained and how do you operate in this new environment with this shift, and how the youth tend to have a sense of impunity in there. And it's not being addressed. And it doesn't mean that we have to be draconian in our response. That's the difference between controlling an environment and managing an environment. How do we manage? Because I coach, and I coach kids that are in the community, and they're much different than the kids I coached 20 years ago. I've had to change the way I manage, the way I speak to them. And so it's not just training. is what steps is the administration taking to have the culture meet the times? And I'm not sure if that proactive training is doing that, but I think that meeting with a group of probation officers and detention service officers who are willing to talk about the challenges of the current population. I can't imagine what it is like that. And I hear some stories that just amaze me. And I can sit there and think, okay, maybe I can deal with that, but I'm not sure. It's a different environment. So hopefully going forward, the union, the probation officers, the detention service officers, everybody involved actually talks about the realities of the day-to-day, not the ivory tower perception and this unfiltered space. So that's just my 2 cents as a former probation officer.
So no, I agree with what you're saying. It's more than training. It's also improving and increasing officer presence and engagement. I agree. And the chief does have meetings with the union, the full board, to meet. And they, believe me, they are not shy in raising concerns about the realities of what people's concerns are. But I agree, that should be perhaps broadened to talk to officers that are doing the job as well. So thank you for the insight.
Hi, there's one thing that I didn't hear
We're
mentioned.
still not.
Let's take one last public
One
comment.
last public
One last
comment.
public
Okay.
comment.
When you start talking, I'll start your time.
Yes. One thing I haven't heard people talk about, and this is something, I was at LP and a young lady told me about a situation she had where there was a fight going on and she wanted to step in and break things up, of which they normally do. But she said she realized that she had to think that if she reaches out and touches this kid who's probably 6'2" and weighing 200 pounds, the minute she reaches out for him, 5 or 6 other kids are going to jump her. And this is something that when we talk about training and planning, the kids have a plan. They started this, I would say, maybe like a couple of years ago. Has anything, or is there anything that one would train them to do in order to combat that? But that's a real plan, a real strategy that these kids have come up with. Kids, I don't know if I should say that though. They're like 6'2", like I said, 6'2", 200 and something pounds. Kids, okay.
So again, your proactive supervision goes through the positioning, it goes through all of these things, just the normal things when you're controlling a unit. I will say probably about, I don't think it's been quite 2 months. I was at LP, there was a code called on one of the units. I responded to the unit. I've been in the process of making rounds to every single unit to have a discussion with the staff on a matter. When we got to the unit, I haven't supervised on a unit in a while, but one thing I said, whoa, 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 slow down, slow down. First off, your back is to all these kids that are sitting here. We need to put people up so that we can deal with this situation. So sometimes that's the supervisor's role. And increasing capacity, we have a lot of really good supervisors. We have people that have a history of many things in LA, like if I do this, this will happen. But empowering our staff to know, hey, critically think, these are the decisions. So I agree with you. It's not just the training. It's also being empowered to feel comfortable with the decisions that you're making when you're giving that guidance. It's also being empowered to be a voice on a unit, whether you walk in and you see 15 brand new kids. The authority is the authority. And you have to give the direction, and you have to know that the people that are on that team with you in that moment are going to assist to respond for the safety of kids, for the safety of staff appropriately. So engagement is one, empowering, decision-making, what's the safest responses. So we certainly hear all of that, and we'll take back meeting beyond with the union board to talk to staff, and we can certainly get those set up. There's been pockets of discussion, but all of this is a good place to start from the conversation.
Thank you. I think we're going to have you on a later one.
On the latter one?
Yeah.
I just have a quick request. If I could do it real quickly or no?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Please.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Officer Goldner. On behalf of the officers of Local 685, we formally request a meeting with the commission in a non-public forum to talk about the issues that you do speak to officers individually, but as a group, we request a meeting to speak with you in that format.
Thank you. Agenda item number 7. This was written a few days ago, but I'm going to read it to emphasize timing of information that we request. Agenda item 7 is to discuss and take possible action, including and up to a request for the Office of the Inspector General to issue a subpoena for outstanding data from the Los Angeles County Probation Department. There are 2 separate items. One is for information about use of force. That request has been partially fulfilled by a document that was received this week and is attached to the agenda. The second is for the monthly snapshot data for December 2024, which was due on January 10, 2025. The POC has asked the department to provide this data regularly so that we can conduct proper analysis of the population and hopefully provide a regularly updated useful dashboard. Staff has also reminded the department of this request multiple times through formal motions and informal requests and reminders. This request has been partially fulfilled by the document that was received this week and is also attached to the agenda. The reason I wanted to read it is that we continue to get data very late. The report that Ms. Carly presented today came late last night to us. And we're sitting here struggling, trying to process it and consider it. And my request, and it might just be my request, my fellow commissioners might have a different avenue they want to take, which of course I will follow. But my request, and I've said this before in our meetings, our leadership team meets the Monday following this meeting. And within a week or so, we already have an idea of the data request we would like. So there's plenty of time to get the data. But it continues to be that we're struggling the night before to read numerous documents and look through them and process them. And so with that being said, I'm going to open it to my colleagues and have their thoughts shared and see where we go from there. Commissioner Harris.
I couldn't agree more. I found both Ms. Walker and Ms. Carlisle's presentations compelling, but varied if I'm writing numbers. We just have to be able to see that, what those are prior to would be really incredibly helpful.
Commissionership.
I mean, it's hard because especially when you're trying to have this data and come back and present on it. Now we just scrunching through papers a day before, like that becomes a headache on us. Like I mean, I would want to know what is the issue with data, like, and then even like when we get the data, some data is there, some data is not. Some we ask for it the next month, and then we just push to the next month. Like I think that becomes a headache for everybody, the PFC staff and the commissioners as well. Like I'm hoping that we can move this forward and do better on the data side, but this has become a headache for all of us.
It's also about members of the public. They need assistance or time to be able to digest the material, to look at the data. And the sooner in advance you provide it, the easier it is for us to assess it and be prepared for the meeting. So that is ideal.
Commissioner Kakani.
So this agenda item speaks specifically to use of force information, rates and causes of probation staff on workers' compensation claims, and the monthly snapshot data. I just, we received this Probation Oversight Commission status report use of force review, and I think that we got the email, was it late last week? Despite the fact that the document is dated November 30th, 2024. So that's obviously wildly frustrating. And I'm not sure like where things get held up. And then as it relates to the snapshot data, I know that we received it in December, and I think you shared that you received it in January or January. I'm not sure. Can
We
you?
received December's in February, so I don't think we received anything in January.
Okay. And so is the ask, oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, is the ask, like, would we be supportive of a subpoena, or are we?
Would we even consider it? It would be the
I would
starting point.
absolutely I would absolutely support and ask for this data to be subpoenaed, because it seems like that's honestly the only way to consistently get it. It's unfortunate that, there isn't a data system that makes these things easy to share, easy to track, so that it's a simple, here you go. And maybe the subpoenaing of this information will also force probation to recognize, where its shortcomings are, what its needs are, and frankly, whether data management should be taken out of the probation department, because this has been such a consistent issue. So anyway, all that to say that I would support and ask for the issuance of a subpoena so that we can consistently receive this data, for us to be able to review it, for the public to be able to review it, and to make space to meaningfully respond to it.
Was there a motion, or should we give Ms. Epps a chance to?
I don't know that there needs, I mean, if you want to respond, but I'm still making, I am making the motion to request the Office of the Inspector General to issue a subpoena for outstanding data from the Los Angeles County Probation Department about, it seems, use of force information, and the monthly snapshot data feels most pressing. I'm not sure if now we're good with the rates and causes of probation staff on workers' compensation claims.
I'm going to have to defer here to county council to see how that we proceed. This is usually an expertise that Wendy has here.
Did you want me to make a comment, or you want me to wait?
I don't
Of
know.
course, you can make a comment, Ms. Epps.
So there are things that have been late. I mean, we know that, right? The use of force data, the decision was made to return to the previous established process. When I first got here, we had a director that gathered the information and reported it out. So as we're working through the things, looking at, hey, this needs to be corrected, this needs to be fixed. So the decision is to return to, hey, any use of force data needs to be requested through civil litigation. That response, that answer was pending. I notified, hey, going forward, here's the updated form. It was dated November. If you remember, it was at that meeting, so we were waiting, hey, can we give this form? I said, hey, I only have one. I will email it once we update it with the internal affairs information. But once the decision was made that, hey, this needs to come through, the request needs to come through civil litigation, got the response and sent it. Ms. Carlisle actually sent a notice in advance. My report hinges on an external request for the workers' compensation data. I have to get that data. I have to go through it and get it. She sent something, I want to say it was either yesterday or the day before, stating, hey, I still have not got the information for workers' compensation that was requested. What she was advised is, hey, it doesn't matter how late you get it. Go ahead and send your report, and we'll make sure that it gets there. Ms. Walker's presentation today, well, we have a board memo that was to be submitted to the board. So no, I greatly respect all oversights, everybody, right? So do we come in with a board report back, read it here at the POC publicly, when the board who requested it hasn't even gone public with receiving the report? So sometimes it's not that we're refusing to give information, the timing and the logistical steps to it. I will also say, I don't think that the management of probation data needs to be taken from probation. I would say that it needs to critically be updated in how we manage data, how we're able to retrieve data. I'm grateful for the opportunity to work here, to work on in this really critical time, but I will tell you something that is very frustrating to me. How is it are we a county so large, a department so large, and I have to wait 5 and 10 days to get data, and then to have someone tell me they have to get it from 3 sources. They have to go in and put the data sets together by hand. that is, I agree with you. That is not prudent. It doesn't benefit what we're trying to do, but that's the reality of where we are. With our competing priorities, data, having a better offender-based data system for adult and juvenile, bringing online a research unit. I can tell you there's 59 probation departments. Many of them have some type of research unit. This unit has not this department does not have a dedicated research unit. So I would say in some of these things, we need the time to catch up with that. We're dealing with many fires and many competing priorities right now. Would love to say, hey, bam, put this database in place. Bam, came up with the research unit, we're able to do it. We're working with the systems that we've inherited to the best of our ability. And sometimes the requests get ahead of what we've been able to correct. So we're working within the systems to give you what we got from what we got.
Oh, I appreciate that response, but I'd still like to move forward with my request for the issuance of a subpoena.
I have a question. Sorry. Is data management a part of the global plan? It sounds like a pretty significant issue that should be baked into a bigger strategy.
It is an issue. I don't want to say, yes, it's in the global plan. I know the chief is addressing it. At some point, it'll be heard in the updates because there are things that he has put in the works to improve how we're able to get data, improve systems that we're relying on right now. So maybe not specific in the global plan, but the broader plan to improve data gathering, where we're, the systems we use in outcome reporting is very much in the works.
Yeah, I mean, if you're employing like evidence-based practices, I would say that data management is a critical piece of that, and it needs to be a sound system, so.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, since we're speaking about, these things that might be readily available, or if we need to file a motion or a subpoena, something so simple as an org chart, an organizational chart of leadership, with the chart of executives and contractors for a clear picture of yours and the chief's tiers and levels of who's in what position and what is going on. Is that something that we can just ask for, or would that need to be a subpoena too? An org chart, a clear org chart, names, titles, positions, and the tiers as they go.
I believe we provided an org chart. I know, as you see, we brought in a couple people recently and we've provided the org chart.
The Probation Oversight Commission has received an org chart. I will mention, though, it in some aspects seemed outdated. We noticed a couple of errors, so we weren't too keen on disseminating it. It's also fairly limited to administrative function and DSB function, Detention Services Bureau and administrative, and it's fairly limited and high level, but I'll send it on to you, and if we can get any updates to that then as they come along.
From the executive level down, though, we don't know the structure of the organization, and it really helps us understand who's doing what.
So what you'd like to have is the comprehensive org charts like detention services, juvenile field services, adult field services, executive
Down.
Contractors as they tier.
Contractors, are you guys working with, consultants could be sort of outside of the scope, but it's helpful to know if you guys are working with third parties as well.
Thank you. Since we're talking about subpoenas, let's just subpoena it all out there.
Okay, so we have 12 minutes for our meeting. Commissioner Terry?
I'm in support of the subpoena, but I'm trying to understand, given the challenges you just laid out, and given that there's maybe not a clear focus on strengthening the data management at this time, then will we be in this position again, where we will always have to subpoena it because it's going to be too hard to kind of get it when we request it?
I thank you for the question, Commissioner. What I'll say is we've looked at things like, for example, let's talk about use of force. You have Systems Accountability Bureau that tracks some information about use of force. You have our first team, the revamped first team. Then you have the facility, because in real time, we expedited looking at the videos. Hey, I cleared these 5 videos. the first team, hey, I went in, I got these videos that aren't cleared. Because there's, as we discussed at the last meeting, there's the barrier to the facility being able to make the change in PCMS, and perfectly good reason for it. So they have to reconcile. One thing I said, hey, you three people need to reconcile. That you need to know what they reviewed versus what system accountability doesn't have in the system, because they go to the system, versus what Mr. Imperial keeps. So no one's trying to hide anything. It's just now, yeah, okay, now there's a system for them to, hey, you guys need to reconcile. So I would say there will continues to be barriers when it's new. But the things that we have been asked to get, it's like, hey, this needs to be better outcomes, because you don't want the data skewed. You want to give the best data. The, like recently went back to giving the snapshot. Hey, at the bottom of the snapshot, hey guys, the ethnicity tables are off. So last week I'm reading it. I'm like, hey, this is not how you do this. How come it's like this? Well, in our PCMS system, you're able to put in any ethnicity you want. There's not a drop down that you click and it's consistent. So now you get it and you got to clean it up. Just sent something to change the way we're doing it. Hey, you need to make sure that it's this, but also on a bigger request, our person that can work with PCMS to put a drop down in there and make the changes so that it's consistent, and we don't have to shift through 83 things that different people might have put in there to identify 14 Black people because somebody put in there Jamaican. So we're working on it.
So I can understand those challenges. What I don't understand is when they persist on the basic information we asked for. So I get it the first time if we ask for new information that we have not asked for, trying to figure that out. But the snapshot, the use of force, those items have been with us since I've joined and before I joined the PLC. So that's where I struggle. The snapshot that should be on the 10th, not coming on the 10th, knowing that it's actually a request that we've asked to be ongoing. So that's where I struggle. But before we move forward, I'm going to ask if there's any public comment, written or live.
Actually, I'm going to pivot. Before we move to public comment, I really would like to hear from our county council, because unlike our executive director, I'm a psychologist by training. I am not an attorney by training. And so and OIG is not in the room with us today. And so I would really like to hear the opinion of our county council before we move forward and hear a public comment and do a vote.
So I think what I can say in this forum is to remind the commission that pursuant to the Brown Act, that you can only take action on what is posted in the agenda. And so it is crucial to look at the requests that are in this item and understand that that is what the subpoena would be addressing. So that would be outstanding data related to the topics that are specified there. And so part of what you need to consider is whether you already have the information that is outstanding and listed in item 7.
So I know we have attorneys on this other side. I did not understand the answer.
I think I do. So if the data requests were satisfied by what we received from the probation department in alignment with both the IA data and the snapshot data, if those requests were fulfilled, then it sounds like it would not be appropriate at this time, because there is not other outstanding data items tied here. But then it sounds like there could be something else agendized for a further meeting that would talk about future requests or other, go ahead, Commissioner, please.
Well, what about matters not posted? Is that like too generalized? It has to be agendized, the org chart to want that.
So the matters not posted section of the agenda is to raise issues, but then they would be posted on a future agenda for discussion and action, not on this one.
And I would also say for the request, the initial request to get an org chart, that's just a request, right? So that doesn't have to be necessarily like a subpoena, because if it's a first time request and you're hearing like an affirmative response, that probation will follow up and will provide us to that. I thought the subpoena process was more like when we come to an impasse or the commission becomes dissatisfied with the data that's been received or not received.
I feel like I understand that we would probably be officially requesting just an org chart without the subpoena, but perhaps Commissioner Kakani's proposal came from just like low faith in us getting the things that we need and wanting transparency and who, and who's in what position and maybe not getting it. But if Ms. Epps can provide that, Commissioner Kakani, we do want an official org chart.
I think Commissioner Canales had.
Well, and I was just going to say, along with county council and the guidelines, I feel the request does coincide with agenda item comprehensive action plan, because a comprehensive action plan includes an organizational chart along with directors, contractors, and everything else. And it's like the missing piece. So I feel that I am in alignment with what's on the agenda too, just to be in the guidelines or the rules or whatever.
Yes, you can generally request reports from staff under the Brown Act. That is completely fine.
And then you take it.
So I guess, can we just get confirmation? So I know it says the monthly snapshot data for December 2024 in here, which I believe we did receive that, correct? Okay. So then, given the phrasing of this agenda item, we could not issue a subpoena or request the issuance of a subpoena related to the snapshot data. But then in relation to this agenda item, I would like to request ongoing snapshot data. And I think Chief Deputy Epps shared that you would be able to provide that, or you hope to provide that for
Yes,
the next meeting, or?
I would respectfully request from the commission if we can set, say, the first Friday of after the month, like January's data's not in, so do we want to say, hey, it's due the second Friday? That way, if there's a weekend or there's a holiday, it's not missed. It's just, hey, the second Friday of this month. and
It's
then-
due for the
Yes,
month
so
prior.
we can, yeah, because that may, I'm not saying that influences it, but that way we can get away from that. And also flowing back, take a look at anything, maybe make whatever standing, it's due at a certain point in time, and we can notify all the people that are to do that.
Perfect.
Okay, and then as it relates to use of force information, I know that we had requested, I guess this is a little complicated, right? Because I believe you said that the use of force information also connected to what the first team was holding. I don't know what the newly formed first replacement team is called, but I think that was a part of the data that we were, I don't know that what has been provided here is completely in response to what was requested. And as you note here, it was provided previously. That's why it's, when the sentence in here around use of force states, moreover, information for cases beyond the 1-year POBAR timeline is not available. I can't remember the individual's name who presented on use of force things before, but she was able to provide what was beyond the POBAR timeline. So I guess there are things in here that don't feel complete. How many have been referred to IA feels like a number that should be able to be ascertained. How many cases does IA have? So I don't know what it means that probation has not obtained the number of cases referred to IA resulting from completed use of force reviews. So I don't really know how to proceed here, but it feels like there is some outstanding information. This is from November 30th, 2024. So if there is kind of like to me, it makes sense to subpoena the outstanding information unless you have that now, given that this was from November
Commissioner, I
30th.
do not, and what I did explain is, hey, I'm sending the updated memo, but this information that was requested regarding the, I think it's the IA referrals and any that have been over a year, I forget the exact language. Those going forward, all of requests for use of force data, including the internal affairs information, must go through our civil litigation. So it's just a matter of putting it through them and then they'll.
So you put it through civil litigation or we put it through?
You
civil?
guys have to make the request through civil litigation, and it's my understanding in speaking with Ms. Julian about that request for going forward, that previously, under the previous chief, that was the exact process, so it just returns it to the same process.
I guess I don't really know what to do with that information.
Next.
But-
Make the
Like, is
request
that,
to
then does
civil
that need to be
litigation.
done through a subpoena or is that?
Apparently it has to be done through Wendy.
Civil litigation because the nature of the data, like be,
That's correct, and it's not that it won't be provided, it just needs to go through civil litigation, so it's properly tracked, the requester, when it's requested, but yes.
Okay. I mean, I guess we can put this over for another month and in the interim, I can check in with Wendy and then
Yeah.
see if it requires a subpoena or if it just requires if there's some other way to request something through civil litigation.
Okay. So
I guess I withdraw my motion then.
for now, let's do public comment after Commissioner Harris.
And just related, if there are things like Ms. Carlisle's presentation that can be provided in writing that do not have to go through civil litigation, 5 days before the meeting, it would be incredibly helpful for us to have those types of things on paper.
Hey,
Understood.
so can we go to public comment now?
Let's go to public comment. We don't have any written public comment on the item. If anybody here in person wants to make a public comment on this item, you can approach the podium. Folks on WebEx, now would be the time to use the raise your hand feature. And for our call-in users, please dial *3. Looks like nobody in the audience is making a comment. Do we have anyone online? We have one person. Oh, okay. Lupe, if you want to unmute yourself, and once you start talking, I will start the 2-minute timer. Okay, I think you're unmuted. No. Okay. All right, then no more public comment.
So we're going to move to agenda item number 8. And I don't know if we have to formally withdraw the motion.
I believe she did withdraw it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, a lot of information going back and forth.
Or was mine even a motion about my request?
This is just, it's a request.
And it's noted. Announcing that the ad hoc committee on new charges has concluded its work, but will continue tracking the data. We will hear updates from our CBO relations and education ad hoc committees, then vote to possibly create a new ad hoc committee on probation policy. Commissioner Terry, you can begin.
Okay, I'm going to keep this very brief, given the time, which is that we've been meeting with probation on a series of issues related to programming, strengthening relationships with CBO providers, related to clearances, engagement of youth, scheduling, culture. I'll just say that there has been some promising steps in terms of, just as a reminder, we did put forth a list of recommendations based on CBO feedback. Probation did agree to address every concern. We've made some progress. Just as one highlight, we do know that there's been movement towards having more collaboration between Barry J and LP in terms of what's working for programming. It sounds like there's been some steps to launch an electronic database, which we know would help clear up a variety of issues related to clearances. And we were also able to provide some feedback on a temporary departmental order that the department shared with us, which would address some issues around cancellations and youth engagement and how those policies work. We've had 2 meetings that have gotten canceled, so there are several steps that were maybe identified as needing follow-up, and we just haven't had the follow-up. So we can't say that, certain things have been completely resolved, but we do look forward to continuing those meetings with Chief Epps, because we're continuing to hear reports that clearance issues have come up, that providers aren't able to engage youth into programming. So there are some very specific recommendations that we've made that can be implemented, and we're going to continue to ask for that. Yeah, but it does appear, just as one shout out to LP, that there has been maybe greater consistency with the calendar of programs. So that's good to hear. But we do look forward to continuing these conversations.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. And I will report back even more briefly on the educational ad hoc. We met once. We're struggling a little to meet a second time, but we will engage our partners within the next month. And so the other part of this agenda item is the probation policy ad hoc, and I'm not sure who was the driving force of that. So if no one has an appetite to chair something like that, or
Was it proposed by someone already? Or, I mean, the Lexapol, like, those are very specific items, and also.
it sounds like it was proposed by somebody, but I'm not sure who.
Possibly. I'm not sure who's spearheading that effort. We just had it here in the script saying to possibly create a new ad hoc committee on probation policy.
Okay, I'm happy to be on the committee. I'm actually looking forward to it, so.
Are you happy to chair it?
I don't know about all that, but no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, if there's no one else, yes, I will.
Oh, I would like to include visitation.
You want to chair with me?
All right, looks like we're getting some action on this side. Well, I guess now we'll hear public comment and then move on for a vote, or is it, which direction is it?
I think somebody needs to
Make a
put
motion.
forward the motion to create that ad hoc.
I mean, I'm happy to, I can try to chair it. I will chair it. So I am making a motion to create a policy research ad hoc committee to discuss and research several of probation's policies, including Lexapol, I'm not really sure what that is, visitation, grievances, new charges, and custody transfers.
I second that.
Good. Any questions, comments, concerns, commissioners? Hey.
What is Lexapol?
Oh, so, and
Lexapol is a law enforcement policies database that is used by several of the probation department and others, and it just streamlines policies.
Are you having Okay.
Hey, do we have any public comment, written comment, or?
So we don't have any written public comment at this time. If anybody wants to, in the room with us, wants to come up to the podium, and our WebEx users, now would be the time to use the raise your hand feature, and call-in users, you can press *3 if you'd like to make comment. Ismail, do we have anybody online? Okay, and we don't have anyone in person that wants to make comment.
And any further comments by the commissioners? None? Okay. Hearing
Well, I do
none?
have a comment, because I feel like if it's policy related, we'll have to be collaborating with probation quite a bit on the policy, right? So that's just an expectation that we would work together on some of the.
So currently, and I was just sitting here thinking about this, there is a joint policy committee with healthcare, health services, mental health, probation, education. Standalone directives that are being reviewed because they are outdated and being developed as policies. So the one thing that I would ask the commission is if we can be consistent on what the policy group is looking at, so that we're not pulling policies that we're not focusing on. We are prioritizing what is needed right now. Obviously visiting, obviously grievances, obviously those things impacted under our settlement and under BSCC. I'm very concerned that we not get sidetracked for people pulling topics of policies that take us off track to what are emerging imminent priorities. So that's the only ask I have, but yes, you'd work with us.
I feel like the starting point would be to share a list of policies that you guys are reviewing and planning to revise.
And I can get what's been done too, so that there's a list.
That'd be great.
Okay, Dr. Gongora, please call a vote, a roll vote.
So on motion by Commissioner Kakani, seconded by Commissioner Jackson, you are voting to accept the attached Los Padrinos programming report, dissolve the new charges ad hoc committee, and create a policy research ad hoc committee. So Commissioner Canales?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Yeah. Commissioner Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Kakani?
Yes.
Commissioner Ship?
Yes.
Commissioner Terry?
Yes.
Okay, and Chair Mundo?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Meredith and Commissioner Prater being absent.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda number 9, item number 9. We will discuss and take possible action on POC updates, including data on DCFS involvement and population statistics. We received the data on the 707B charges, but we'll be sharing that analytical report at a later time. All the data sets have been attached to the agenda and are available on the reports page of our website. Project Director Danisha Smith, please proceed with your report back on DCFS involvement and the population stats. Good morning.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly. Probation's leadership team shared a data set with the commission containing anonymized information about the youth detained at its facilities as of July 31st, 2024. And although that data set is a one-day snapshot, we believe it contains useful information to help us better understand the demographic makeup of youth detained at both the juvenile halls and camps. So our POC data and research team has taken that data set and developed a series and support data-informed decision-making. Our first fact sheet, which is hyperlinked to our meeting agenda, under item 9, highlights the prevalence of youth with histories of child welfare involvement. You'll see in our document that on the date this data was pulled, there were 543 youth detained across all the facilities, and 49% of those youth, or 265 youth, had some level of child welfare involvement. The nexus between child welfare and the juvenile justice systems has been well documented by researchers. And it's absolutely heartbreaking to think about the compounding trauma that dual system youth face and the significant hurdles that they must overcome to successfully transition into adulthood. So we hope that this fact sheet will serve as a somber reminder of the need to quickly accelerate efforts within the juvenile justice system to prioritize care, rehabilitation, and healing over punitive methods, which only exacerbate existing trauma. We look forward to releasing additional fact sheets in the coming weeks, and we appreciate Probation Department's cooperation in sharing the data sets with us to facilitate this kind of data analysis. Chair Edmundo.
Thank you, Danisha. For one, I'm grateful that you're involved in this data collection and analysis. So thank you. Commissioners, any questions, concerns? Commissioner Harris?
I also appreciate this. We know this, but it's stunning to see again. It's jarring, right? It really is jarring that there's systemic failure throughout the county, throughout our systems and institutions that are meant to serve kids. And then we get to the hall, and then it becomes this, we've dealt with a lot of rhetoric. Like, there's a lot of rhetoric at these meetings. There was rhetoric that we talked about, or that was, part of the emergency motion for, an emergency order with the Board of Supervisors. And this really brings it back to the population of young people that we're talking about that, as Ms. Smith said, have really deep trauma histories and involvement. And I thought I really appreciated you just the distinguishing that these are touches with DCFS while the young person is also touching with probation, not just any DCFS involvement in the past. So that feels very, very relevant. And I just think we need to continue to highlight this and think about the prevalency of these numbers in all levels of decision making and all levels of discussion that we're having as a commission, and that the department is working on when thinking about staffing, safety, training, all of that. It's just extremely relevant. So thanks for this.
Thank you. Seeing no other commissioners' comments or concerns, Dr. Gongora, do we have written or live public comment?
We don't have any written comment on this item. If anybody in the room would like to approach the podium to make a public comment, we welcome it. And anybody on WebEx, use the raise your hand feature, or any call-in users, please dial *3. Ismail, do we have anyone? We don't have any comments.
Okay. We'll go on to item number 10, for matters not posted on the agenda to discuss or place on a future meeting agenda for action. To start, PLC staff are going to read some updates submitted by Commissioner Meredith.
Sorry about that. Lots of papers. I do think I'm supposed to read the whole thing, so I'll move through it. Okay. Let's see. Commissioner Meredith submitted these comments. One, on 7 January 2025, there were 3 wildfires burning in LA County. These were the Palisades, Eaton, and Hearst fires. The Eaton and Palisades fires had immediate impact on lives and homes and raged in high winds. The smallest of the fires was the Hearst fire. It was located about 1.5 miles northeast of the Barry J. Neidorff custody facility. Several years ago, I'd responded with then Commissioner Peter Schutan to the Barry J. Neidorff custody facility during the Saddle Ridge fire. The Saddle Ridge fire surrounded the facility on 2 sides with fire. The evacuation plan at the time was highly effective. Using the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Transportation Bureau buses, probation vans, and SEO, special enforcement officers, an orderly evacuation occurred. In that case, it was necessary. For the record, I am a subject matter expert in emergency management, wildfires, and evacuations. On the night of January 7, 2025, I responded to the Barry J. Neidorff facility. As I neared the facility, I noted the fire was burning uphill and away from the Sylmar area. At that time, there was no evacuation order or warning for Barry J. Neidorff or areas south of the 210 freeway. The fire was relatively small and posed no imminent danger. Upon arrival to Barry J. Neidorff, I learned that staff had a plan to evacuate if need be, and that 3 LA Sheriff's Department Transportation Bureau buses were staged in the event that things changed. Even more impressive was that many staff responded to the facility on their own. Existing staff worked an additional 8+ hours. SEO was present, as well as the emergency management team and CASH. They had established an incident command system operation at the facility. They were in touch with the Los Angeles County Office of Emergency Management Operations Center and actively monitored the fire. As a precaution, the Los Angeles County Fire Department moved the evacuation warning to south of the 210 freeway and west of the 5 freeway. This was a precautionary measure, and the fire was still burning away from the area of Barry J. Neidorff and did not pose an imminent threat. Continuous evaluation continued throughout the night. At approximately 6:30 a.m., it was apparent that no evacuation would be needed. As such, LASD Transportation Bureau buses and LASD were released. Probation staffing remained in place. Even the facility director remained well beyond his shift to oversee the situation. I remained until approximately 7 a.m. I was satisfied that there was no threat to the facility, youth, or staff, so I departed. The youths remained calm throughout the event. I should point out that all but 2 youths were adults over the age of 18, not children, as alluded to by some organizations or individuals from the community who were demanding evacuation of, quote, these children. A needless evacuation of the facility would have put the youth, the staff, and community at risk. In summary, I was highly impressed at the staff on duty as well as the many staff who came in on their own. It was nearly a 1-to-1 staffing ratio. Further, the leadership by staff, Cash, and the facility director was outstanding. 2, I met with the new Chief of Facility Safety and Security, Bob Arcos, who replaces Eric Strong. Bob's background, experience, and leadership will be very beneficial. I am confident he will provide the leadership needed to enhance the safety and security in the facilities. He will also have the emergency management team. 3, the Reserve Deputy Probation Officer, RDPO, training is on track to include 832 PC and juvenile core as required by BSCC. This will allow them to provide supplemental supports as RDPOs in the facilities. The first cohort graduates in March. The RDPO program includes a high degree of talented individuals. This includes college deans, professors, ministers, and more.
Thank you, Commissioner Meredith. Any announcements or comments? So I just want to make one. On December 25th, Christmas morning, I spent my time at Camp Page and at Camp Affabal, but most of it at Camp Page. And they had just a really, really nice day planned for the youth. Supervisor Thomas, who was working overtime at Camp Scott, my old camp, Camp Page, did a marvelous job and supporting DPO Bender, who really went out of her way to have just a very thoughtful day with the kids. I was able to help I was being assigned to monitor phone calls. So that was always a fun thing to do when I was a probation officer. And I just want a big shout out to both camps for making the day a little less tedious and a little less hard on the kids who were not going to get visits and who are not with their families. So with that, I guess
I'm sorry, if we're still on agenda item, are we on 10?
Yes.
Okay, I do just want to add 2 potential matters that I'd like to be added to future agendas. One being, I want to specifically name the need to discuss both the LADS data and any sort of override policy that exists, just so there's some clarity around that. And second, I really do want to talk about immigration kind of consequences given this current political climate that we're in. And
As it relates to probation
as it relates to
and offices
probation,
and probation policy?
correct. I know that the Sheriff's Department does have a specific section in their manual addressing interaction between ICE and limiting that interaction. So I'd like to know what training, what protocols, and whether there are any kind of specific mandates within probation's protocols related to immigration interaction with young people. I also want to name the fact that, given Welfare and Institutions Code Section 676, some cases are open to the public, and I have seen probation reports where immigration status is sometimes discussed, and the fact that those can be made public, given the nature of an offense that a young person is being charged with. So I would like to put for a future agenda item kind of how probation is thinking about this, if they're thinking about this, and what steps they're taking around that.
With regards to intakes and LADs, would you be satisfied with because it's really a subject that everybody wants to talk about? What would you think about having a town hall on that with just probation and the PLC, no other parties?
I think that's one step, but I do think there needs to be something public facing. We've talked about LADs a lot. I think the majority of the folks have no idea what LADs are. I think that so I appreciate a private conversation.
No, not a private.
Oh, I thought you said just
No, a
between
town
POC and
No, the
probation.
town hall, just having probation and commissioners in a town hall for an hour and a half.
Without public, or with public being able to attend?
Town hall.
Oh, okay, no, I know that there have been town halls that are private, that are
this would be
just
an open town
okay,
hall.
that's what I'm asking
If
for.
probation is open to it.
Yes, we just want, like I said, a chance to have the right data for the right time.
Of course, and just,
And this doesn't even have to be, I mean, I think data can be agendized for a future meeting. If this is just a presentation on like, what is LADS? How is it used?
which
You
is
know,
the tool now. I understand that we're trying to go away to the DRE, but yeah,
whatever tool is being
that's
used
right,
has
that's
been
right.
used. Yeah, just so that there is some
Okay.
basic understanding, so that if and when we agendize it for a
Sounds
future meeting.
perfect. So we'll start with the town hall.
Sounds good.
That's public facing.
Sure, thank you.
But all I said is that just so it's not muddled with other parties.
Yes,
because
that
this
probation is presenting.
Just probation is presenting.
That feels right.
Sound good?
Yep.
All right. Commissioner Canales?
Well, because you shouted out Christmas, so I'm going to shout out Christmas too.
Oh, and I forgot to shout out Commissioner Canales and her partner and the Santa Claus. But you
Yeah,
can do
well,
more.
and I just wanted to give a shout out to Los Padrinos. In December, before Christmas Day in December, Supervisor Hahn and Hoops for Justice and myself, we went and the youth had tamales and decorated Christmas cookies. And then on Christmas Day, we had Santa Claus and with Hoops for Justice again, tamales and all kinds of things. And then in January, we had a family meal, which now Los Padrinos wants to incorporate at least once a month with every unit having the opportunity. And that's been very, very rewarding, getting to interact with the families and the youth and probation. So thank
And
you.
that was the Hoops for Justice, right?
Hoops for Justice, yes, has been doing a lot of this
Who
too.
was the supervisor or director that was?
The tall, yeah,
I feel bad. We
She
can't
was
shout out.
amazing.
She did a great job facilitating it, and you're looking at me, but I meet so many people, I can't
and
remember
Williams
everybody's
has
name.
been organizing a lot of stuff and been behind all the paperwork. And so it's been very,
Yeah, it was really well received by the families and the kids, and I got a chance to play cards and do puzzles. And Unit LM, was it? Was it Unit LM that did it? That was the unit?
oh, yes.
Unit LM, so thank you for all that.
Chair Mundo, I have one more thing to add to agenda item 10. So when I visited LP a few weeks ago, there was a conversation about intake and LGBTQ plus youth, as well as gender, youth that receive gender affirming care. And this week, it was announced that Children's Hospital LA, Kaiser, and UCLA are stopping gender affirming care for teenagers. And I just want to, given, not because they want to, but they're responding to an executive order. And so I wonder if we can get an update on, the department's sort of intake policies and identification of LGBTQ plus youth, and then any plans or policies for youth that do require gender affirming care that come into the facility requiring it and or request it of the juvenile medical services, and what the plan is to be supportive and affirmatively care for those youth.
Thank you. So agenda item number 11 is the opportunity for the public to address the Probation Oversight Commission.
Okay, so we have received public written comment on this item attached to the agenda, and also for our WebEx users, now would be the time to use the raise your hand feature. Call-in users, please dial *3, and anyone here with us in person, if you want to approach the pulpit. Do we have anyone online? Nope.
Okay, adjournment of the regular meeting is agenda item number 12. Thank you all for joining us and sharing your comments. As a quick reminder, be sure to follow us on social media and subscribe to our YouTube channel at LA County POC to receive reminders about our upcoming meetings. Visit our website at poc.lacounty.gov to subscribe to our email listing. Can I have a motion to adjourn today's meeting?
Motion to adjourn today's meeting.
Second.
Commissioner Kakani first and Canales second. Commissioners, please unmute yourselves and vote with a voice vote.
Aye.
Okay, with that, the motion carries, and it is now 1:29 on the motion of Commissioner Kakani and Commissioner Canales. Today's meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
And it was DPO Evans and Director